And welcome to the Chaska Council meeting for Monday, June 15th. We'll call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. And I want to go ahead and start the meeting by reading our legal description here. So welcome everyone. As you can probably tell, this meeting looks a little different than normal. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are holding our meeting via video teleconference. Because the City Council has declared a local emergency for the COVID-19 pandemic, state statute allows us to hold our City Council and Commission meetings remotely. While we aren't meeting in person, we want to make sure that the public can participate in our meetings. If you have joined the Zoom meeting, you will notice that you can't unmute yourself. We have a moderator on the call who will unmute those who wish to speak during the public comment portions of the meeting. As is typically the case, the public comments will be reserved for visitor presentation or public hearings. A public hearing is on the agenda tonight, so I don't think we do. I think that's a mistake, but anyways. So public comments will be allowed during there. All right, that's twice, sorry. Once we reach those parts of the agenda, I'll ask if there's any public comments. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by computer or tablet, please check on the raise hand icon on the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, the moderator will announce your name and phone number and unmute your line. Please remember that public comment is provided at the discretion of the commission or council and is meant to provide productive discourse on topics related to the city of Chaska. Speakers shall refrain from comment or behavior that is deemed disorderly, derogatory, obscene, indecent, or off topic. Any person engaging in such speech or action may be muted or removed from the meeting. Those of you watching us online or on Comcast Channel 15, please be aware of the following. Some of the council members, city staff, and presenters are participating in the meeting remotely. There is a delay between the live meeting to the online and cable broadcast. All actions will be taken by a roll call vote. We are working hard to make sure your voice can be heard while protecting everyone's health and safety. We thank you for your patience and constructive feedback as we work through this unprecedented situation.
No.
I can do.
No, did you?
Oh no, Kevin's bringing it.
Oh, okay.
I failed.
All right, will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have a script, so I'm trying to stay on task here. So our next item of business would be adopting the agenda. And before we do that, I want to...
Before we do that, actually, Mayor, it would be roll call is next on.
Yeah, see, I don't have that. Oh, yeah, there it is. Sorry.
It's all right.
All right,
Kevin's
Nate, go
got it
ahead and
for
do
you.
roll call. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Hatfield,
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Here.
Councilmember Grau,
Here.
Councilmember Wong,
Here.
and Mayor Winschittel.
Here. All right, sorry about that. All right, now is number 4, adopting the agenda. Before we do that, I'd like to add an item to the agenda, and I'll just briefly read this. We'd be adding it as 8C on the agenda. I'm just going to give a brief overview of it, and we'll go into a little more discussion when that is. In light of the tragic death of George Floyd, we will be holding a Chaska Community Conversation on June 24th at the Chaska Event Center from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. The intent of the meeting will be to engage the community on the Chaska Police Department policies and practices to learn about how we can make changes to improve the department's ability to meet the expectations and needs of our community. In order to hold this meeting for all council members to join, we need to establish a special meeting. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to add this as item 8C to our agenda tonight.
So moved.
Was that Councilmember Long? Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second by Councilmember Grau.
second by Councilmember Gra to, again, it's basically, give notice that we will all be attending, well, that we can all attend the event on June 24th from 6:30 to 8:30. So, any further discussion? All right, hearing none, we will go ahead and do a vote. So Councilmember Gra,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong,
Aye.
and Mayor Winchell, aye. All right, so now that is added to the agenda. Now I'd like a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved by Hubbard.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second by Hatfield.
second by Councilmember Hatfield to adopt the agenda. Discussion? Seeing none, well, I can't do that. Hubbard, Councilmember Hubbard.
Aye. Sorry, I thought.
That's all right. Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Gra.
Yes.
Mike, I can barely hear you tonight, so not sure what that is.
You working my volume here?
All right, moves us to visitor presentation. We have two items on tonight. The first one I have on visitor presentation is the State of the Library presentation, Carver County Library Director Heidi Hoks and Branch Manager Jodi Edstrom.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, can hear you.
All right.
Yes, hello.
I am Jodi Edstrom. I'm the Chaska Library Branch Manager, and I know on the line is Heidi Hoks, our Carver County Library Director. And I'm going to try to share my screen here so I can share some pictures along the way with you tonight. Let's see if I can get that going. Are we good?
Oh, wow, good. You
All
did
right,
great.
excellent. Well, thanks again for inviting us here tonight. What we'd like to do is just share some highlights, particularly related to the year of 2019 and the Chaska branch. And at the end of the presentation, I'll touch a little bit about where we're at in our current state of the library in the state of the world right now. So 2019 was a very exciting year for our library system as a whole. We exceeded our 1 million item checkout goal in 2019, which was very, very exciting, great goal to achieve. And this is a picture of the entire Carver County Library staff. And amongst this group, of course, is our Chaska staff. Our staff is known for the customer service that we provide to patrons. I hear nothing but wonderful positive remarks from our patrons and community in Chaska about what great service we offer. And of course, I'm really new to the Chaska position. Last week was my 1-year anniversary, so what a first year to have in Chaska. And of course, along with our great staff, it really starts with our collection. We're really, really proud of what we can offer in terms of books and materials to our communities. In 2019, we were able to add almost 31,000 new materials, and this is to the collection as a whole across the county. Of course, we have 6 library branches, 4 express libraries, and then our law library at the government center as well. And we provide books and materials for all ages, all interests. We also have a large collection of DVDs, which is very popular with feature films and TV series. We do still offer music CDs for checkout, audio CDs, and e-resources, e-books and e-audiobooks. And of course, in the last couple of months, those have really spiked, since our building spaces have been closed. So that's really been an exciting thing to see in the midst of all of this unknown right now. Here's a little breakdown of Chaska specific stats for 2019. And I won't walk through each one, but just some highlights. Of course, our total circulation at Chaska was just over 122,000 items for checkout. We had just over 100,000 library visitors through our door, which I think is just incredible to see that kind of number. And public computer sign-ins over almost 14,000. And I know from day one when I walked into my new position at the library, I could see how busy and how needed our technology and our computers are. They're just heavily utilized by all ages for not only needs, but for people that just enjoy using them. So certainly a busy library. And then you add in all of our programs that we offer for children and youth and adults. And I'll touch on those a little bit more here in a moment. And we're very grateful across all of our libraries to have wonderful volunteers that dedicate their time and their service and their hours to our libraries to help really make that community connection. We miss seeing our volunteers right now when we're closed because they add such a spark of joy to our work. At Chaska, of course, we also oversee delivery out to Carver Express Library, and that is a very busy service as well, and that is currently up and running 2 times a week out to Carver Express, so our staff takes care of that as well. And throughout the year, we offer all different kinds, as I mentioned, of programs for all ages. And here's some highlights. We have one of our librarians, Miss Jennifer Hemkin, does story times weekly. And then she also works with the countywide youth services team to bring in special guests such as the Minnesota Opera to offer some really interesting programming. And that particular program was sponsored by Legacy Funding for us. So a great opportunity to bring that culture into our community. Jennifer also built up a great partnership this last year with Officer Julie from City of Chaska Police Department. She came in and did some story times throughout the year, and they were extremely popular with the families. Just such tremendous feedback, such tremendous attendance. So we were really thrilled to make that happen. And I know we're already talking with her as we move forward into the year ahead and when we start planning for our next fall season, how we can partner with her again. It's really great when we can connect with organizations, right here in our community. And another partnership that happened last summer for one of the farmers markets was with the Chaska History Center. We brought in this trailer, which was essentially an audio or a recording studio on wheels. And we invited some local immigrants in to record and some interviews about their experiences of coming to Chaska. And so those are now digitized and are housed at the Chaska History Center. And of course, we offer tours when our space is open and available. So lots of fun when we can have local groups in during the summer to take place and part in that. 2 of our really big programs throughout the year, we have a winter reading program for adults, and over the last couple of winters, we've really seen a great increase in numbers of participation. And then during the summer, we have our, of course, very popular summer reading for kids. And this year, that's gonna look a little different. Everything's going virtual, but I think we still have a wonderful schedule that you can find on our website of all the things, great things that we're doing, and we're offering some of the kids and activities during our curbside pickup right now. Summer reading always brings great performers each week to our library and just huge crowds. You can tell in these photos, if you're able to see them, just how many families are able to come in and enjoy those activities with us. And here I'm sharing another great partnership with Chaska Parks and Rec last summer, bringing some story walks out to the parks. And I'm so grateful we're going to be able to do some of those this summer as well, because that is an activity that we can offer safely to our families outside and social distancing, of course. Another great program we got to be a part of again this past year was Hometown Holiday, just a great opportunity to highlight our dedication to the community and being a part of the downtown business area. So we had a lot of fun with that. And of course, I'm just covering highlights. We have so many other adult programs as well, partnerships with Master Gardeners, and we bring in technology classes. And there's a picture here of a poetry and prose night that was organized by one of our librarians. So just a little bit of something for everyone, I would say, that we're able to offer. 2019 brought, of course, a big retirement for the Chaska Library. Janet Curious was with the library for 25 years. So it was a bittersweet celebration for her staff and patrons. They certainly wished her well in her retirement, but missed her dearly. So just wanted to share and highlight that as we look ahead. And you'll notice for outreach, I don't have any pictures to share, but I just wanted you to know that it's a huge, huge piece of what we do at the library outside of our walls. You know, we're out in the community with our school district, with community ed, in the lower income neighborhood developments, our senior centers, and we try to be very careful about being respectful about pictures. So that's why we often don't have pictures of outreach. We want to really help build and maintain that trust in those relationships. But very exciting, we had 93 programs and promotional events out and about in the community last year. So what's happening right now? During COVID-19, we were able to start curbside pickup at Chaska Library on May 12th, and we're running it Monday through Thursdays from 10 to 2. And just a huge shout out to the staff at Chaska to get this up and running safely. Right now, on a daily basis, they're doing anywhere from probably 30 to 50 between those hours of 10 to 2. So it gets quite busy. I was visiting with a couple of the staff this afternoon, and they were tired, that's for sure, just running in and out, but they're still smiling. So it's pretty incredible to see that dedication and that passion. And we've also been able to continue our programming, but it looks a little different. You know, obviously in the virtual world, we've done a lot through the library's Facebook page. Jeff Olmsted, one of our librarians, has done a lot of readers advisory and training videos that have been put out on our Facebook page. Jennifer has been doing live story times on Facebook, which have been very popular. And I've gotten in on the action. That's my daughter and our dog Duke. So he's quickly becoming an extra mascot, I think, for the library. And you know, just a final note, we have a wonderful, wonderful Friends of the Library group of volunteers that help support what we do at the library. They have just been wonderful. They've been so welcoming to me in my new role. I loved being a part of the River City Days book sale last summer, and they made a huge sale. It was just fantastic. They are so passionate about that. And potentially saving that towards a new library building. So they won't be shy to share that with you. And they have a new website, so I'd encourage you to check that out as well. So a huge thank you to the Friends of the Library. So that's kind of a whirlwind tour of 2019 and a little bit of 2020. We'd welcome any comments or questions that you have at this time for Heidi or I.
Anyone have any questions for Heidi or Jodi?
I think I asked this question last year, and I'll put you on the spot. You know, most popular book checked out. Do you happen to know off the top of your head? I'm always curious, like what the most checked out book is for 2019.
Green eggs and ham.
Oh, now I'm trying to blink which one it was, and I don't know if Heidi's in the call. I don't know if she recalls what it was.
Kevin, is Heidi unmuted?
I don't know if Heidi was successful in joining it.
Okay.
It looked like her audio quite made it on.
Okay.
We'll tell you what, I'll be sure to get the top title or maybe a few more than that, and I'll get those to you.
I'm always curious. I'm a big fan of the library. Actually, I'll just say that we were in Victoria just the other night and driving through and went by the library, and the kids asked, you know, when's the Chaska library? When will we go back in again? So I know their kids are excited to get back in there whenever that happens. So thank you for your time.
Absolutely, thank you. And I know we miss the patrons so much and seeing everyone in person. It's really hard for us too. I know Jennifer was saying she's just going crazy not being able to see those kids like right in front of her at story time, so.
So you had, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say a few things. Jennifer is amazing. She's so kind every time we're in there. I'm one of those people that has library books from way back in March.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming I'm okay, because I think that was the case, but someday I gotta bring them down and do the curbside pickup for my son, because I really need to get some fresh books, so.
absolutely. Well, yes, you were totally fine. If you still have books, we've pushed out due dates and we've, eliminated fines right now in terms of anyone that still has books, checked out. So you're A-okay.
You can keep the fines on Councilmember Hubbard's account though. That's all right.
Then Councilmember
Sorry.
Raw, Heidi did message me and said 9 Perfect Strangers was the #1 in checkouts.
There, look at
There
that.
you go. Okay, yes.
Jodi, I got a question. We had, I think you said 100, it was 100,000+ visitors last year. Is that, how is that in comparison to other libraries in other years? Do you know? I mean, just tell me no if you don't, that's fine.
I don't. Yeah, that's a really great question. Absolutely. So yeah, I'll have to do, and I don't know if Heidi has an answer to that off the top of her head either, but I'd be happy to look into that for you, let you know.
I was just curious about the usage in comparison to other libraries and how we sit and then again, how we were in comparison to, so this would be 19, so how we were in 18, so.
Sure, absolutely.
I'd be willing to bet on a per square foot basis, we're through the roof.
Oh dear.
Oh, Duke.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's your dog.
Yep, I have 2 of them here. They were being really good.
All right, anyone else have any questions for Jodi or the dogs?
I have a quick question. I'm sure maybe you don't know, but do you have a timeline as to, I mean, when, I don't know if it's by appointment or, if for people to be in the facility again?
So at Chaska, we don't have a specific timeline yet. We of course look to the guidance of, what the county is looking to for phased opening plans. And we've also been working with Chaska, or City of Chaska staff now to try to coordinate that reopening plan with them as well. I do know, Chanhassen and Waconia have just launched in the last couple weeks into computer appointments, very limited computer access. So we're going to look to them for how that works and what needs to be tweaked, and then we'll see. I wish I had a more definitive answer for you.
And to Jodi's defense, I think, this is, since we share our city hall and our library, which is also the case in a few other communities in Carver County, but we are working closely together, and I think one of the challenges that we're trying to work through is that we have a shared entrance, and so thinking about keeping everybody safe, whether they're going to the library or coming to City Hall, but not trying to have that intermingling, I guess, to the extent possible. So one of the things that we're doing is we are engaged with a architecture firm, Leo A. Daly, right now to take a look at what are changes that we can make to all of our buildings to help make them more safe and secure as it relates to COVID. And so we're anticipating those recommendations early July, and then we'll be pretty aggressively moving forward to implement those things. We'll see what comes out of it, but I do think part of what we're looking at there is maybe what sort of reconfigurations to the entrance do we consider to try and keep people safe as they're coming to both locations and trying to get those services. So that's one big question right now that we're wrestling with. So
I do have an answer to an earlier question, I believe, on how the library's done compared to 2018. It says Chan is number 1, Waconia was number 2, and Chaska was very close to Waconia from Heidi.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for Jodi? All right, I can't see anybody, so I'm assuming that the silence means we're good. So, oh, thank you.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No, that's
Thank you
all right.
so much.
That's all right. All right, well, thank you for joining us in the update, appreciate it. Unfortunately, next year's update's not gonna be very friendly, is it? In comparison, but
No, but you know, we'll find a way to make the most of it.
that's right, exactly, so.
So,
All right, well,
thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank Heidi tomorrow if you see her or whatever, thank her for, shooting over messages with answers, so
Absolutely.
greatly appreciate it. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night, thank you.
You too.
Thanks,
Be
Jodi.
well.
You as well.
All right, the next one I have on is Jenny with Tour de Tonka.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Let me see if I can share my screen here and I'll get my presentation up.
Wow, 2 for 2 tonight. That's pretty good. You're up.
All right, let me see if I can, okay.
There you
does
go.
it look like, there we go. All right, well, good evening. Again, my name is Jenny Bodurka. I'm the coordinator for youth and adult programs with Minnetonka Community Education. And it is my pleasure to be here again. I've seen you guys for the last many years to come and share some information about Tour de Tonka. This year, the updates are, we'll share some history, but then also talk about how we're planning around these unique times that we're in. So this is our 15th year, and we'll just start with a little trivia. Everyone can think about what they think is how many total miles were ridden at our 2019 Tour de Tonka. So I'll give you just a second, and let me see if I can go. There we go. It's 179,936.
Wow.
So a little bit about our riders from 2019. They came from 166 different Minnesota communities, 44 counties in Minnesota, 30 states, and we had riders from the US and Puerto Rico. Each year we often show a map of the states we haven't got with participants yet. So this year last year we added Maine. So 43 states have participated since 2006. And each year we like to keep track of data of where our participants come from. We certainly have people who come from all across the country, but a lot of those are right in our neighboring communities. Minnetonka has been the #1 community since we began the event, but we have lots of great neighbors who send a lot of riders as well. And as we go to the second slide, you'll see that Chaska is number 11 with 76 riders in 2019. Here is a look at the counties, and those in yellow are those that have participated with us to date for the event. And we also always like to look at that demographic information. So when we look at the largest participating group out of our total 3,371 riders, that was men and women ages 50 to 59 years old. And an interesting data that we collect week by week is how our registration comes in. So you can see we have in all the colors except for red, very consistent registration. We open registration on March 1st, and then we typically see a steady increase in that over time. And this year, as you can see, that registration has stalled as we headed into the COVID-19 challenging times, and riders were just not sure what was going to happen, so we've just really had a hold on registrations. Something that's really important to us about our event is that we do support our local ICA Foodshelf, and to date we have raised over $76,000 for the food shelf. A portion of the riders' participation fee goes to that, and then we also collect funds on site. And the really cool thing is that we are just able to, with these donations, really help support them. It's one of their big events of the year, and that photo is of our executive director, Tim Litvin, and Ron Camps, who is an amazing volunteer with the ICA Food Shelf, and they both do so much for that organization, which is great. As we look forward to 2020, these are the cities that the ride will be traveling through. Due to some construction, Lester Prairie is a new city that will be on the route, and Chaska continues to be an important part of our route for the 71 and 100 milers. We always want to acknowledge our local police and fire departments. We work with them extensively to secure large intersections and help us to keep riders safe, so we really appreciate all their support. The rides that are available for registration for 2020 are 16 mile, 30 mile, 36 miles, 62 miles, 71 miles, and 100 miles. And this is just sort of a map that overlays all of the different routes. So you can see kind of the expanse from our metro area that we travel, depending on the ride that the riders choose. And this is just a list of rest stops. Pioneer Park is one of our great rest stops. It's, I think, the last stop for those 71 and 100 milers. So they come to relax a little bit, and then we've got to motivate them to get back on their bike and finish that ride. But it's always a fun, nice, open area for us to have a gathering. And we have lots of great sponsors, lots who have been with us from the beginning or for many years, and then we've also added some new sponsors in this year, so very appreciative for their support. And this event, year after year, couldn't be done without our volunteers. We have over 600 volunteers every year to help support, from directing traffic to supporting rest stops, taking registrations, all kinds of important volunteer work. And as we have had schools close in the middle of March, and continuing to follow the governor's guidance on reopening and safety, we've been watching and waiting and trying to make a decision of what we can do this year. We certainly know if we do an event, it won't look like it normally has, but just looking, continuing to wait for that guidance, and we anticipate we'll make a decision soon if the event will happen virtually or in person. So as we have been preparing, on May 1st, we sent a survey out to past participants, asking if they would participate in the event this year. We had 67% say yes, 33% say no, and then just kind of asked a little bit more in depth about kind of where their feelings were about participating. Some very strongly feel they'll participate no matter what, others kind of waiting to really know more about how things are progressing and where their comfort level would be. And then definitely received some passionate responses in the comments about how they would love us to have the event, and others about how they believe we shouldn't have the event. So it was a really good information for us to learn and consider as we're thinking about lots of different options. So if we are not able to hold the event in person, we are working on developing a virtual event. The fee would be much lower, but it would include a donation to our ICA Foodshelf. You would get a Tour de Tonka face mask, and then you would really kind of ride on your own the miles that you want, and then we would engage in a lot of just virtual prizes and photos, and just really Tour de Tonka is just such a community-based program, and so just trying to build that community in a virtual way. So we are, as we said, still considering those options, and we hope to make that announcement to everyone very soon. And whether we'll be virtual or in person. We thank you in Chaska for your continued support of this event. And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
All right, questions for Jenny, anyone? So, I'll ask one question, Jenny.
Sure.
So what will be your determining factor about having it? Is it about how many registrations you have, or where the dial is that the governor has?
I think it's more about the dial. I think we really have seen registrations be pretty slow at this point, and I think people are just really waiting to hear from us. Can we do it or not? And if we say we're going to do it, then I think we'll see how many registrations will come from that. So I think just looking at some of the recent guidance of group sizes and thinking about how we could do it differently than we currently do. So those are really the factors are all around the safety piece of it.
Is there do you have a drop dead date that you got to make a decision by, or not?
Well, I don't know that official date, but I would say probably by the end of this month, I would think we'll make an announcement.
Okay, all right. All right, anyone else, question for Jenny? All right, again, will you unshare your screen, please, Jenny? And then there, thank you.
Oh, there we go.
All right, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm assuming everyone's good with questions. So, Jenny, thank you very much for being here and sharing your information once again. So,
yeah, thank you so much. Have a
you,
good night.
Good luck with your decision.
Thank you.
It's always tough. This is
It is.
This is a challenging year with events, how to go about doing that and stuff like that. So, always tough.
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty, have a good night. All right, one thing that I would like to bring up yet before we move into consent is I just want to talk a little bit about stuff that happened last week. I got an interesting email last Thursday, and quite honestly, I wasn't sure what a lot of it was pertaining to until I finally had the opportunity to see an article that was written in our local paper about comments from council. And I just really need to clarify something. One, I want to apologize that I never, I was convinced that in the beginning, after Chief Wiebe spoke, that I had talked about that, and I didn't. So, and I know that has created some definitely some issues amongst our residents that, and I will say it here, that what I saw on that event on the evening of on Memorial Day, actually it was, George Floyd and that officer was unbelievable. That was something that I never ever thought I'd see, and it's hard for me to understand and explain. So it was so tragic that it just doesn't, and it's so preventable, it just didn't make sense. So but where I'm going with this is the article that talked about comments from our council. It just, the comments that were used by me were comments not related. It was related to an incident that we had in our own city, and it definitely, again, there were people upset and felt that there was not, that I'm not listening to community members, and that was it. I mean, it kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop that those weren't comments about George Floyd. Those were comments about an incident that we had in our community, and they took those and talking about personal property, and like that incident wasn't important, and that's so far from the truth. So I know that it's very hard to ever get a statement like that change, but I felt that it was necessary. And I also felt it wasn't the best for our council either, because when these comments were made, they're made at the end. How we work is at the very end of a council meeting, which was, by the way, 7 hours long. We have the opportunity to, do we have anything in our area that, in our wards that constituents might say, and that's where the council talked about that. It's not uncommon for one council member to bring something up, and if they go into great in depth about that issue, the other council members might not. They might just go, well, that was pretty well covered, I'm good on that. So I just didn't feel that it was totally fair. We weren't approached to say, do we have any comments? So I don't know if that's going to clear anything up, but what I do want to say is that we as a council certainly are listening, because I've heard that we are listening, and we put out a message on May 29th from our city council. It's available on our Chaska communications. So there has been a communication came out right away after that, and this was just another opportunity. But I really wanted, again, that we have been listening, and we have for a while, just because we've been doing stuff with our staff. We've sent all of our staff through the YMC Diversity Institute about equity and diversity training. We sent our whole staff that we'd sent them in sections, and that was 3 days per group that we sent. And out of that, we created and had the Marnita's Table, which was a community gathering and bring people together to talk about and have these discussions about race equity and events like that. And now, obviously, since that horrible act that happened in Minneapolis, we've been working closely. We have a brand new police chief, and we've been working closely. He was already starting to look at things, but we're completely going through all of his policies and procedures regarding use of force. And out of that has spun the Chaska Community Conversation, which will be held June 24th at our Chaska Event Center. And that'll come up a little bit later in the meeting. But that's going to be the first step to sit down and have a meeting and have an opportunity for input. And the chief has all of his information available. It will probably be, I believe it's going out to the community tomorrow.
Yep.
It'll be going out to the community to go through and look at. And then we're hoping at this event that we'll get feedback. And then we're still trying to find that next point, but then we're gonna have a virtual one for anyone that does not feel that they would like to come and be out because of health restrictions or anything like that. Even when we're doing this now, the event center, based on the governor's order, stay is 84 people is the maximum that we can hold there, but we still want to be able to make sure that everyone has the ability, so we're going to do a virtual one. We're really close on a date, but I don't have it yet. And then we're also going to do a campaign where we're going to send out a letter that people can respond back to us by that way, if there's just some way. So we're offering 3 ways that we can get input into our policies and procedures with and also to meet our new police chief, Chief Seibert. So we're looking forward. I think this is exciting for us to do this, and I think it's a good way for the chief to meet a lot of community members, and we're trying to offer as many opportunities. Obviously, COVID is making this very, very challenging, but we feel that we're trying to do it in multiple different ways, that people have an opportunity to attend one, and maybe one's better than another. So please stay tuned. We're going to be putting that out. Or, like I said, we're really close. We'll probably have a date here by Wednesday or this week. When the second one is, we need to make sure we are using the YMC is helping. They're going to facilitate it for us. We're actually going to be a project city. The YMCA actually received a grant to actually do what we're doing. Come in and help cities and police departments meet with community members. So we want to make sure that that second date, where the 24th is locked in, we want to make sure the second date will meet their needs. So we need to meet with Heidi, and I don't think we did get that date yet, right?
No, we don't have the date
Okay.
and time quite yet.
But
Yep.
that will be coming soon, and like I said, we will be putting that out up soon. Again, because of the COVID, we're gonna ask people to sign up for the in-person meeting, and there'll be a, what is it, Everbright we're using?
Eventbrite.
Eventbrite.
Yep.
Will be a way to sign up to come to that, and we'll, like I said, we'll have them both set up, and that way it gives people the option to look at either one to go to, so. Again, I just wanted to share that. I think some information got out, not in the right way, and it's greatly caused harm to some members of our community. And again, I will apologize for that. It certainly wasn't the intention, and it never has been the intention. We as the city of Chaska, I mean, about 20 years ago, we adopted some community values, 8 community values: citizenship, environmentalism, generosity, human worth and dignity, integrity, learning, respect for others, and responsibility. And they may be not in the forefront right now, but I still believe that they are a guiding force that has driven us through the years and as we move forward. And I think that we may have to spend a little more time on these 8 core values and really spend a little more time, and hopefully, again, that through all of these community dialogues that we can work to make Chaska even a little better place than what we feel it is today. So with that, I'll kind of, anyone from the council has anything else to say? All good? Okay. All right, well, thank you. I just felt that that was important, that we get that message out, so. All right, Kevin, do we have anyone else in visitor presentation? I probably should ask that first.
Nope, there's currently no one.
Okay, all right. All right, we will move then to item 6, approving previous meeting minutes. Again, if there are no changes or corrections, I'd entertain a motion to approve previous meeting minutes.
Motion by Councilmember Grau.
Motion by Councilmember Grau.
Second by Hatfield.
Second by Councilmember Hatfield to approve previous meeting minutes. Discussion. Hearing none. Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell, yes. All right, moves us to consent. Again, these are items that need our approval, but not necessarily discussion, but are available to discuss any one at any time. With that, is there anyone that has any discussion on consent? Seeing none, I would enter. Oh, sorry.
I had one question in regards to 7B with the restricted parking with the Carver mountain biking. My question really more or less is, you know, that trail splits between the road there. Actually, I think I had 2 questions. I gotta pull them up. Is there like a safe spot? I mean, are they crossing over at the light? Where are they crossing that road?
Yeah, so Councilmember Hubbard, I think the answer to that question is it depends on where they're approaching from. There's a number of different places where people can park. This restriction on the parking is really about the surrounding streets, which are all, well, by and large, county roads. And so it's just not safe to have people parking in mass on those locations. And so People could park at the school, that's right there, and we do have an agreement and arrangement with them to allow for that when school's not in session, so outside of regular school hours, people can park there. There's also a park in Chanhassen that's about a block away, where folks could park when they come. There's also the park and ride down the hill, off of Autobahn and County Road 10, which would be another opportunity for people to park and then bike up. And keep in mind, these are folks who are looking to bike, so they don't necessarily mind a little bike to get to the location that they're trying to get to. In addition to that, our thought process right now in anticipation is that this isn't necessarily a very big regional draw. It's by mountain biking standards, it's fairly entry level, I guess would be the way to put it, and it's small. It's really intended to be a training ground for our mountain bike teams in the schools. And so our anticipation is that most folks are going to be coming from within the community and maybe even biking from home, which takes the pressure off of the parking need there. So that's the intent. I think as with a lot of new things, we'll see how it goes. And if changes need to happen, we'll try to make it work. But right now, I think we view that the county roads just aren't going to be a good solution for parking.
Yeah, I kind of had that question too. It's a large area that they're posting. It just seems a little bit overkill, but I don't know. Somebody makes that determination. Well, that's county.
Yeah, yep.
Right, did you have a second question, Councilmember Robert?
No, he answered it. It was if they would be able to park in the Pioneer Ridge Middle School or park area, so.
Yep,
Yeah,
I think
that
that'll
was-
probably be the primary location for folks looking to park.
That was actually one of the first agreements that got made, was that ability to park there, because if they didn't have that, that would really make it a challenge there. So that was one of the first agreements that was made when this first started being discussed, because it was, I will say that club really put a lot of effort in to make that happen. I mean, to get MnDOT's approval, the city of Chaska, the city of Chanhassen, Carver County, all these entities to agree to this is really quite it's a great partnership, let's put it that way. And they were very persistent, and they did get a lot of help along the way, but they were very persistent and made a lot of things happen. So congratulations to them on there was a very nice piece done. Channel 11, Dave Short did a very nice piece on that. Marshall's done some videos on it, so there are definitely some good exposure for it. So
And all built by volunteer
all built by volunteers. That's
effort.
right.
So.
Yeah, cool. All right. Anyone else questions on consent? If there's none, I would entertain a motion to approve consent.
So moved by Hubbard.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
Second by Wong.
Second by Wong to approve consent. Discussion. Hearing none. Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grah.
Aye.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
And Mayor Winchell, aye. All right, moves us to action items. 8A, adopt resolution 2020-46, approving concept plan for the Carlson property, Destiny Homes.
All right, Mayor and council members, this is a property up near Founder's Ridge seeking concept approval. I guess it'd be right off of County Road 44. I introduce that to you. From there, I'll give it over to Liz, who will give you the details of the concept plan.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna share my screen here. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Great. So like Nate said, we have a concept plan application in for the Carlson property proposed by Destiny Homes.
Now, Liz, before you start,
Yeah.
who's Destiny? Have they done projects here, or is this a new, I mean, everybody's the big builders now. This is kind of a name that I hadn't recognized before.
Yeah, they are a local builder. I'm not certain if they've done any work in the city of Chaska, but definitely other local communities
Okay,
in the cities, so.
thank you.
So to give you an idea of where the site is located, I've highlighted it here on this aerial exhibit shown in orange. So the site is on the south side of County Road 44 where I'm highlighting my cursor now. We have the Founders Ridge neighborhood, which is a detached single-family neighborhood just to the northwest of the subject site. We have the Guardian Angels Cemetery just to the north, and then additional single-family residences to the east. So Linda Carlson's property, again, she owns a couple parcels here in the city of Chaska that are actually right next to each other, but we're only looking at the northern half of one of her parcels right off of County Road 44. And this is due in part to the available access to this area of development with the stem of Founders Path. Just to the west here, there is a creek ravine system, basically kind of where the orange line, southern orange line sits, that basically dissects the north and south sides of her property. So from a physical standpoint, there's just no way to connect to the south side here, so they're looking at kind of the most available access and development potential of the north side of her property. So just in terms of a background, Founders Ridge, which again is the detached single-family development just to the northwest of this area, was approved back in November of 2013 and February of 2015 for their first and second final plat editions. And at that time, in that plat, a couple stub streets were provided on the west, south, and east sides. So Founders Path, we go back to this exhibit here. Founders Path does stub both on the east and west sides. So again, we're looking at kind of the easterly stub here as a direct connection into the Carlson property. I also wanted to include an exhibit that we didn't in the Planning Commission, but it certainly kind of brings up some context in terms of how the area will generally connect as development around the area south of County Road 44 is kind of sanctioned out at this point. So again, as you can see, Founders Ridge is kind of in the center there. We just wanted to show kind of how things could interconnect based on kind of what the future road plans are, physical constraints and so forth. So the area that we're looking at tonight, again, is kind of on that easterly side of Founders Path. There's another parcel just to the east of the Carlson property that's owned by Steve Roebling, which would also provide for additional development, more than likely stemming off of an extension of Founders Path, which I'll get into in some other exhibits. You can also see a future road alignment with Percheron Boulevard, which is in the Harvest development, to extend southerly and provide additional access to kind of the southerly areas south of Big Woods Boulevard, County Road 44. Again, there's kind of a bifurcation, physical constraint between a majority of these properties. So until development kind of on the south side of Carver Path were to occur would kind of allow for the southern side of Carlson's property to develop. So again, we bring this up just because it could be an item for reference if we need to, just in terms of kind of how everything connects from a future general standpoint as things move forward in the southwest area, south of County Road 44.
So is that white line you're showing there, then that would be the access to that southern part of the Carlson property then?
Correct. That would be what we would presume to be the direct access to Carlson's southern area.
Is that Carlson property on both sides there where you're arrowing?
Yep, so she owns this property, or this parcel of land, and
Okay.
on the south side here.
Okay. So she's got quite a bit there yet.
Yes, she does. So the properties to the south, again, are going to be kind of dependent on how the area just to the west and south of Carver Path really develop and have timing on those.
So has that property been sold or does she still own that?
This one right here?
Well,
or
that,
of them?
both pieces.
Yep, she'll retain the remainder,
Okay.
again, until development is feasible.
So that's where the road goes all the way down to 61 then?
Correct. This is kind of a future general layout of how the road can connect to County Road 61.
Okay, thanks.
So Liz, question on that.
Yeah.
How would, I mean, we know because we're looking at the concept plan today, where it would go on the east side of that, the plot that's adjacent to the Founder's Ridge now, on the west side that we're not doing, on that, the connecting west, no, I'm sorry, the east side of the piece that we are doing tonight, right there, that fragment, would that effectively just dead end in that area because there's no way to get an outlet anywhere else, right?
More than likely, that's kind of what we would presume would happen there. There
So
could be potential for, I mean, I'm saying this very slimly, but the county has already looked at potential access onto County Road 44 south of Founder's Ridge here, and basically have determined that access would be very challenging to meet sightline regulations as well as safety components. So we kind of envision this area to more than likely stub off into a cul-de-sac.
And so comp plan has the same density of residences that the rest of it is, right?
Yes, yep.
And
So all of that is low density residential.
So at the highest number, the maximum use of low density would put about how many homes in that remaining fragment there?
Trying to remember what the acreage here is, but the max density that you can get in a low density guidance is up to 5 units per acre. So if this is roughly a 10-acre parcel, which I'm generally guesstimating right now, you could get up to 50 units. I mean, if you're on the high end spectrum.
Theoretical max.
Yeah, very theoretical without delving into any of the details, but yeah.
Just the streets and stuff like that, you know, right? Thanks.
But there's a big pond in there too, right?
Yeah, there is a pond on the Carlson property. We can show a close-up of that shortly here. Any other questions on this exhibit?
So, and I think I heard you say it already, that, so, the property, I don't know what you're calling it, to the east, the Roebling property, now, he's been having access problems because of sight lines. Now, would that open up his property to come through here then?
Yes, I mean, if everything moves forward with the Carlson property and they get plating approval, then it would essentially give them the accessibility into their property.
Okay.
Direct access into their property, yes. All right. So what is being requested tonight is, again, for a concept plan approval on the Carlson property, specifically for a 24-lot detached single-family subdivision. In terms of consistency with our comprehensive plan, this area is guided for low-density residential, so it is consistent with that guidance. As we get into the existing conditions of the property, specifically on the north side of the creek and ravine system, everything north of the creek essentially encompasses a 15-acre area. Linda Carlson currently has a house and a couple outbuildings on the property, which will be removed as a part of this proposal moving forward, so nothing will be retained from a building standpoint or integrated into this development. They will be tearing those down as they move forward. The pond, which is also a wetland, they'll have to do a wetland delineation report, but generally speaking, that's kind of classified as a wetland right now. There is one kind of in the north central portion of the site, which again is something that they'll plan to kind of build around as a part of this proposal. And then as I mentioned, there's a creek and ravine system kind of on the south side of this 15-acre portion. As you can see, it again bifurcates the north and south sides of Linda Carlson's property. So again, we're only looking at the north side of this creek as there's no way, there's a pretty challenging physical limitation to even be able to cross this ravine system to connect to the south side. So if we revert back to that older exhibit I showed, the south side is purely dependent on kind of development to the west of it moving forward. The applicant also has conducted a tree survey in the initial phases of this concept plan, so we'll kind of delve into that as well with what's on the site. And here is the concept plan laid out. So again, you can see Founder's Path extending to kind of the south and east portions of the site, showing to stub off on the easterly limitations of Linda Carlson's property, which again would provide direct access into Steve Roebling's property to the east there. They also show another road extension off of Founder's Path ending in a cul-de-sac that additional lots will be able to gain access from. In terms of a layout, so they have lots basically pushed up to the edge of the ravine system or wooded steep slope area. So obviously we'll need to take a look at that in more detail, where that line actually occurs once we are able to walk that staked line. There is one lot within the development. It's labeled as Lot 14 on the plan that we've kind of called out as a questionable lot in terms of how it fits in with the overall development. Our typical guidelines and where lot lines need to occur shouldn't be encroaching into any wetland areas. They should purely be for buildable land. Generally speaking. So the way this is oriented, just to get another lot in there, just doesn't seem to fit with the overall layout of the site. So we've kind of called this lot out as something to further evaluate in terms of how it fits in with the property, or if it's an opportunity to achieve additional tree preservation on the site. Should have noted a little bit earlier, but Linda Carlson's property does have a driveway access off of County Road 44 today. This driveway access will be eliminated with this new development, so all traffic will be directed through the Founder's Bridge development to the west there and provide access into the site. So one thing that still needs to be figured out is routes of construction traffic as this development is getting built up. So that is one thing that the applicant slash developer will need to figure out, or at least start to look at by the time they submit for preliminary is how that construction traffic.
Couldn't we use that old driveway as a construction entrance and then close it when we're done?
It could be a potential construction access. Again, the county is going to have to dictate that in terms of if they would allow a permit there as a temporary basis. So they'll need to work through those details with our engineer in the county to see if that's a viable route. But something we would definitely prefer since it's already in place. Again, the county will give us some guidance on if that's feasible. And then lastly, since generally speaking, we've kind of determined that there is a ravine edge here with some 18% slope. They will have to meet the wooded steep slope building setback and 30-foot no grade, no mow setback. So one thing that we want them to further analyze is where the lot lines sit in relation to that 30-foot no grade, no mow setback. Typically, we prefer that the lot lines get moved outside of that since it's basically a buffer area or untouchable area. We don't want property owners to assume it's a part of their property and can be mowed. So one thing that we just want them to further look at as they move forward with the layout. And then they've also done basically a tree inventory and preservation, general preservation plan in this concept plan. And they've kind of segmented the treed areas into 3 different groups based on kind of when they've been planted or how they've established over time. So one of the groups that they've kind of categorized is this altered non-native group of trees, which is basically shown in this exhibit in the top right corner as kind of the gold or orange area of this exhibit. And that basically encompasses approximately 7 acres of the total 15-acre site. And what they've found in here is that this area is mostly younger trees, some that have been established by themselves and some that have been planted by the homeowner. And those are a mix of box elder, elm, ash, silver maple, and a couple other species. The other category that they've provided is the big woods category, and that's an approximately 4-acre area in the bright green portion of this exhibit in the top right corner, as well as in the top right or northeasterly portion of the site. So this is basically an area of trees that are much more mature, older, have been established over time in a natural progression, and were naturally placed there as well. So these will range from sugar maples to red oaks, basswoods, bur oaks, etc. So again, these are older trees, have been established for a lot longer, and add to kind of what we consider the big woods of the southwest Chaska area. And then lastly, they've also categorized a couple areas where planted evergreens have gone, and that's basically in the darker green groupings. And these, again, were put in place by the homeowner. They roughly make up less than an acre of the total site. And those are cedars, pines, and spruce trees kind of scattered within that. So from a high level perspective of kind of what they're proposing for tree preservation, you'll mainly see that around the edges of the site and butting up to the ravine system. There's a pretty rich vegetative edge on the County Road 44 site if you've had a chance to drive past that. And they do plan to maintain most of that tree edge into the site, which is definitely a positive implementation for the site to kind of nestle it in there. They show that same edging of trees kind of along the edges of budding Founders Ridge, and also a portion of that on the sides of budding Roeblings. So I think from staff's perspective, we obviously want tree preservation to be continued to be looked at as they move forward with the preliminary plan. We do stress a lot of priority to be given to the big woods area in particular, since these are more significant trees, more mature trees, and kind of that level of species that we typically like to see implemented in other developments. So we have kind of highlighted that area to be further looked at to see where other tree preservation opportunities can exist on the property. And again, kind of highlighting, you know, is Lot 14 a good area to help provide more of a tree preservation opportunity there. I wanted to show this aerial exhibit too, just to give you an understanding of kind of the establishment of these trees over time. So I've included an aerial from 1991 and then one from 2017. As you can see, the site from a historical standpoint has been pretty open in terms of trees. So a lot of the trees that kind of encompassed this area were either planted by the homeowner or kind of populated around those man-planted trees. And then as you can see, mainly along kind of the ravine system, and you'll see it in the southeast corner here, where those big woods trees really have existed over time. In terms of the housing product that they're providing out here, they are proposing, so I have a couple floor plans on the screen here, what they're planning to do. But these are single level living homes mainly. Some will have option for a potential bonus room kind of in the loft area of the home, but a majority of them will be that single level living for homeowners to utilize. So these will mainly be catered towards kind of the empty nester demographic, people who are wanting to downsize their lot as well as the size of their home. So it's mainly catered towards that group of people. Most of these, basically everything north of Founder's Path, the extension of Founder's Path will be slab-on-grade units, and then the units backing up to the ravine system will be walkout units. One of the pieces that they've incorporated in mainly all of their units is that they'll have kind of a private courtyard space, which essentially translates to a patio area for each of the units for the residents to kind of have their own private space outside. Each of the house plans that they're providing will range from 2 to 3 bedrooms as well as 2 to 3 bathrooms per home. They'll have LP Smart Side or Hardy board siding, and then an incorporation of stone on the homes as well. In terms of size, they're looking at anywhere from 1,500 square feet up to 3,000 square feet, depending, again, on kind of what the end user is customizing for their home. In terms of a price point, they have noted that these will range around the $400,000 price point and more, depending on kind of everything that's included in the end user's home. A couple renderings that they've provided on the homes slated for this area. So again, most of these homes will have that stone application, the hardy board or LP Smart Side siding, and potential for bonus rooms on the loft area. So a couple things that the applicant will need to work on.
Not to interrupt you, just to clarify that bonus room, you said it's in the loft, and I know this came up in the planning commission. Is that really where they're putting it? And maybe we can ask it at the end here with the developer. But I don't see any stairs on any of those floor plans or any place to put it, so I don't really know how that bonus room gets up there. So I'm just looking for some clarity on that and confirming that the bonus room isn't like in the back of the house.
Sure. And I'll have Butch, who's with Destiny Homes, better answer that. I think, I think generally what he was responding to at the Planning Commission is that there is the ability to add a staircase up there, but I'll let him further answer that because he'll be better at doing that.
Okay, thank you.
So just to conclude on a couple things that they'll need to work on as they prepare for their preliminary plan. So tree preservation, specifically in the Big Woods area, is something that we've called out as something to focus on and see where more opportunities can exist to save additional trees, which also factors into the overall layout. What can they do with Lot 14 to either fit in better with the overall development or be an opportunity for additional tree preservation. Making note of where the wetland and buffer area is going to be so that lots are not encroaching into the wetland area itself. And how do these lots relate to the 30-foot no grade, no mow setback on the south side? So encourage that the lot lines get removed out of this area in terms of it not being able to be used on the property. And another thing to look at setbacks for the overall development. There's probably ways to be creative with the setbacks, specifically on the front yard setbacks to minimize for this type of product to essentially make more room either in the rear yards or where there might be more opportunity for tree preservation if they work on kind of what the front yard setback could be. It could need more room in the back for tree preservation. So that's another thing we've kind of called out as something that the applicant can work on moving forward. And then a couple last things, working on the construction traffic and figuring out a plan for that, or addressing it by the preliminary submittal. And then also something that was encouraged by both staff and the Planning Commission is to conduct a neighborhood meeting before they submit for their preliminary so that they can have a chance to discuss with the neighbors in close proximity prior to their preliminary being submitted to the city. So that concludes my presentation. So what we're asking the council tonight is to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-46, which is approving the concept plan for the Carlson property, and then it's based on the conditions that are listed within that resolution. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the applicant and his team in the audience as well to help answer any questions you have.
I have a question.
Yes, Mike.
Okay, so could you go back to the floor plans of the houses real quick? Okay, so in this one, there's a illustration of a courtyard there, and so could you show me where there's also an annotation on the far right of like on the floor plan to the left, for example, where you see the courtyard. You can see there's window cutouts and optional optional pergola or something that's on that side. So that sort of indicates that house, the house on the other side is the wall that's against the edge there. Is that correct?
So basically this is kind of a fenced-in area, if I'm not mistaken. Again, Butch can probably better answer this, but this is meant to be kind of an outdoor area.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering because I know that in other parts of the country there's homes where you basically face like the effectively a back wall of the house, and that becomes your edge of your property line and for the other homeowner. And I was wondering if this is one of those cases. So I'll wait for the applicant to. I guess I'll wait for the applicant and I'll ask this again.
Sure.
Yep.
Hey Liz, I do have a question I think is in your alley. There's a commentary about the width of the plans being 62 versus 75 feet. Is there other examples of us deviating from our standard 75 feet with lots? And I'm guessing that's just because they want to get more houses in there, but I'm a little concerned about how narrow it is and how it fits in with the rest of the neighborhood.
Yeah, and we have similar type of lots within the city of Chaska that are pretty similar to the product as well that they're providing. So one example would be the DDK villas off of Harrow Cove in the Harvest development. Those are also detached villa type units ranging around the 60-foot width lot size. And then another example would be the recent Pulte Homes Pinnacle development, doing also the same type of product, which is the detached villa, and their lot was ranging width from 44 feet up to 60 feet. So the width size that's proposed for these lots is actually a little bit higher than kind of what we've seen for this type of product. And it's, again, something that's a part of the PRD process.
Okay, thank you.
So does that carry the 5-foot setback side lot then? Is that all the difference is then?
More than likely, they'll have the 5-foot side setback, which is pretty consistent with, again, this type of product.
So I see on this, there's a pond in the middle there. Then on that, this one drawing, it shows another pond so that pond that's there, they can't use that for stormwater. There has to be another pond there. Is that what I'm understanding?
Right. Yeah, they're going to have limitations on how this existing wetland can be utilized. So yeah, you'll see a couple other ponding areas on the south and northeast side to kind of
Oh,
make
there's
up
more
for
on
it.
the other side too?
Yep,
Oh, yeah,
right here.
I didn't see that one. Wow. Seems like a lot of ponds in that little area. But, all right. I would like to see another provision on this. As soon as that road's drivable, I want a sign on the end of it saying it's gonna develop to the east with a date on it. Anybody else remember?
Yep.
I am serious about that I do want to see that there's a sign put up there. I don't, whoever does it, but if that's developable further, you call that east, okay, I'll call it south, but whatever. Into the rolling property, that it's developable.
Kind of a question maybe along those lines. I know it was a provision, but is it mandatory that they have a neighborhood meeting?
It's not mandatory, but we do strongly encourage it before a concept plan.
Yeah, I just noticed that they had not done that at this point, so.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm kind of, with Councilmember Hubbard, I was thinking that they would have already had that prior to concept. Because now it kind of changes things a little bit. We've already approved the concept. That takes one phase out of it.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought was, especially these 5 or 6 neighbors that are on the budding edge of it. I just worry.
Yeah, but it's not only that, there's another dozen homes coming in off the county road. So it affects a bunch of homes.
Yeah, I will comment on that. First of all, I do want to fully disclose that I live in the Founder Ridge neighborhood, so I live on the corner of Founders Path and Carver Path, just for reference. And then also for full transparency, did confirm with Nate that there is no direct conflict of interest in this case for me, so I will plan on be voting for this. I know there was some question on the planning commission for that, but wanted to disclose that to the council because I know you guys know I live in Ward 1, but I do live in this neighborhood. I would really strongly encourage that neighborhood meeting. We are a very well-connected neighborhood. I will contest that after the planning commission, looking out my window, there are several groups of people talking in the street, and really being interested in it. So I think that I really think a lot of good would come from that, so I really would strongly encourage. I am, echo some of the commentary from the mayor and from Councilmember Robert about being disappointed that it didn't happen earlier, because there is no way to ignore the fact that this will directly impact kind of that existing neighborhood with traffic and development and construction and everything like that. So I do think it's important that they reach out, and there will definitely be individuals that will volunteer to help arrange that too. So I just wanted to echo that.
Thank you.
Is it, and when the developer comes into Chaska, is there like a checklist of things like have a neighborhood meeting as part of their, process? Because I know that we have some documentation about, the development process, about having a concept plan and expectation for what that is. Is that included, in terms of a neighborhood meeting, is that included in that packet?
It is shown on our concept plan application checkoff list. Towards the bottom, it does reference that we encourage that a neighborhood meeting happen prior to.
Yeah, because I remember that we talked about one of the things about concept plan was, and this concept plan is something interesting because it clearly doesn't articulate the goal of what the concept plan was. Even, one of the things that we did when we actually came up with that process was to illustrate the understanding of the terrain, the topography, the flow of traffic, the neighborhood context, things like that, without anything there. And they haven't done that as part of those concepts. They said, okay, here's a piece of dirt, and then here's some roads against the wetlands and the trees, but not necessarily, kind of illustrating some of those points that we see in other concept plans. So, so I'm wondering if they even looked at it, but I guess we can let them answer that later.
Yes.
Hey Liz, just a clarifying question. When we looked at our master plan, kind of looked at Southwest Chaska, that was a little bit pre-County Road 44 Big Woods Boulevard with the county being looked at closer. At one point, and I could be wrong, but was there access to this property off that county road? And then in the most recent kind of review of that road, and with obviously with the construction, did that change?
I'm guessing you're referring to if our comprehensive plan called out anything different, or?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and no, our comprehensive plan didn't show an additional access onto County Road 44. It did show, generally speaking, kind of what we showed in that previous exhibit here, kind of how the roads would lay out for the site. So it didn't show an additional access.
Okay. And then I guess I would assume that the additional 10 acres, if you go down that hill, those are become pretty small. Is that, and probably not developable for multiple houses? Is that fair to assume or kind of look at?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, because again, the Big Woods area definitely encompasses a majority of this lot, if not all. So they do also have the creek and ravine system on the south side that's, again, constraining them in terms of how much buildable area they'll actually get. So I think from a very high level perspective, we see probably less of amount of lots in there, just given the physical constraints.
Thank you.
Well, I hope that we push really hard to the county about getting that construction access. And there's, the driveway is there, and if we just use it for construction would help a lot. We've talked about that at other infill areas, is what's the best way to flow construction, and if we can continue to have that. I drove up there today and they just put a new curb cut in, so the driveway's there. We can, like I said, I hope we work hard on talking to the county about that.
There, we do have two people that would like to comment from the public.
Okay, I think I want to finish up the council, and maybe some of the questions were posed to the developer. I want to go there, and then we'll go to there.
Sounds good.
All right, any other questions? If not, I know the developer's here, and he tried to chime in a couple times and wasn't able to, so I want to give him that opportunity. All right, Kevin, you want to Or is he already unmuted?
It's Butch
It's
Springer.
Butch, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he's unmuted.
Hi, Council. Say, Liz, can I get you to open up Steve Pack also? He's my developer.
Yeah, Kevin, can you do that, please?
Yep, Steve has been asked to unmute. There he is.
Oh, okay, I don't know if my video's on or not, but good evening, council. I just want to clarify a couple things that have come up. One for sure is that we have reached out, I believe the engineers reached out to staff and that we're looking for a contact list. We will have a neighborhood meeting before we make our next filing. Just to clarify on the product, there was some mention to the side courtyards, and that neighboring house is designed to create the privacy that we have in those side courtyards. We don't live off the backs of those houses. Everything is on the side. Communities has built over 30,000 homes in the country and kind of new to the Minneapolis market. And we build in about 25 states right now. So that is a side courtyard, as the one councilmember mentioned, side courtyard design. So that adjacent house has no windows that face that courtyard, with the exception of maybe some transom windows, but that's how we create privacy and that seclusion for those customers that have that side court design.
How are you doing that on that narrow of a lot?
Yeah, so the property line runs right down through the,
Are you showing an exhibit? Because if you are, we're not seeing it.
no, I don't have.
Okay.
If you just show the floor plan, I can try to talk through it. I'm on an iPad. I don't know that I have access to take control. So where the trellises, the optional trellises are, those will be up near the adjacent house. The property line would run right down the middle, and our HOA documents have kind of cross easement maintenance descriptions in there. So the properties, in terms of the houses, still have the standard fire separation, those type of things, but in terms of that private courtyard, that's all for the use of that individual house, and the neighboring property obviously has the ability to come in and do maintenance on their house, but really everything else is used for the property that's on the courtyard. And as we go through the process, we have some drone photos and we'll obviously provide sample HOA docs and show on so the platted lots are typical of any residential platted neighborhood, but some of our HOA documentation to be able to pull some of this off is a little non-standard.
Okay, just to clarify, to make sure I understand, Liz, could you do me a favor and put the mouse pointer approximately where the lot line would be in that courtyard? Assume like the lot line would be vertically at some point.
It would be just right wherever those stepping stones would be.
So basically right in the middle where those stepping stones are, so it's
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So, and then the windows themselves, these are the transom windows, so they're typically higher mounted horizontal window, right?
Correct.
Yep.
So there is some light for that neighboring property, but they don't look into that courtyard.
Okay, so it's not like someone's gonna, be like in their courtyard saying, I'm just gonna have a cup of coffee or whatever, and then like their neighbors in their kitchen cooking, staring at them, right?
That's correct. Correct.
But then the neighbor would get light from above. What about,
Yes.
okay, and then so that means that because the property lines in that area, they couldn't necessarily plant trees or something like that to block, well, I mean, they could be in the middle of the courtyard, but, near the property line, they could eventually.
So our product is fully HOA maintained yards.
Oh.
So we do all the shoveling, we do all the lawn maintenance, and then the only areas that the property or the home buyer maintains is the areas directly around the courtyards, inside the fence.
So pretty much inside the fence, that area there. So if inside the fence, the homeowner said, I'm gonna plant a big tree smack dab in the middle of that courtyard, they could go do that.
They could, but they would still need HOA approval, and we historically don't allow big trees. Because this is low maintenance, this is 55 plus.
Yep.
We don't want leaves in gutters and those type of things, so it probably wouldn't get approved, but they could ask.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any idea what your HOA fees are?
So, go ahead, Butch.
No, go ahead, sorry.
I would say in this case, without, a lot of we do have a lot of communities with clubhouses and pools and those type things. In this instance, we won't because of the size of the property. So my guess is this will be somewhere between $150 and $175 a month for HOA dues. Try to keep it under 200 since we don't have other clubhouse amenities and pools, those type things.
Okay, thanks.
Is that HOA covering like the shell of the house and then the homeowner has the inside or the roof?
No, the exterior of the home will still be maintained by the property owner.
So it's really a maintenance HOA.
That's correct.
So let me clarify. It's a groundskeeping maintenance HOA.
Exactly.
Okay.
I will comment, obviously, you do your market studies, I do think $400,000 plus and association fees, and if there's an empty nester downsizing, they're downsizing from a pretty big house. I worry about that figure. I mean, I think good for property values, and all those type of things in the market. I worry about that figure being marketable, but again, I'm not that expert.
Okay.
How many other developments like this have you done in Minnesota?
So we've had one that was done many years ago, and we have this one here that's active, or hopefully will move forward, and then we're working on one currently in Hastings as well. That'll be new, kind of along the same timeline.
So basically, is this one the one in Hastings, and the other one, how long ago was that?
I'd have to go back and look. It was before I was probably with the company.
Okay. Which is how long?
I've been with the company for 2 years, just under 2 years.
So at least a couple of years passed.
Yeah, we've been in business since 1986. We've done over 30,000 homes and over 400 communities across the country.
Quick question. I see these 2 floor plans, but in our council packet, there are more. Is it only going to be the 2 available, or are you going to open up the options?
We would have 3 that would be available north of the road on the slab with the side courtyards, and then we would have 2 that would be available on the south side of the road that would be on the walkouts.
And then Commissioner Thro had a question about the stairs too. I was kind of curious about that as well, about the bonus room.
Yeah, so when the bonus room is added, it's always above the garage and the living area in the front of the house. So in most cases, the floor plan to the left, there would be a stairway on this house that would be it would actually be to right behind where the oven is, on that that cutout where the garage and the laundry, see that wall that's kind of got a cutout? Where that pantry door would be, that would turn into a doorway that would go up a stairway up towards the front of the house.
Wait, so it's on the outside of the cutout on the far left of the diagram, right?
Yeah, that wall would basically be a solid wall through that whole left side of that house, and that stairway goes up that.
So basically the stairway, it's just so you lose the pantry, you get a stairway going up there.
That's correct. And then the other 2 or 3 plans, on that type series, they would come off the mudroom. The mudroom kind of converts. And as we proceed, we'll obviously show you all 4 or 5 plans and details of how they all work.
So if I were looking, you basically have these plans roughly that you're showing us, and then you can do some modifications to them?
Yeah, we try to not say we're semi-custom, but we are kind of semi-custom. There are options for screened-in porches and sitting rooms off masters. We try to say we're a customization or not custom, but we are specific. We try to specify the homes for each buyer. Custom means we move a ton of walls, and we don't do a lot of that, but we do have options that, whether that be the bonus suites or the items off the owner's suite that the buyer can purchase.
Okay.
We call it personalization, not customization.
All right, makes sense. What are your thoughts to move dirt this year?
Well, it just depends on the process. Like I said, we'll do a neighborhood meeting. We, as we've heard at the Planning Commission, obviously extremely concerned and want to make sure that we can make this construction traffic work for everybody. We don't want to be a nuisance to the property to the east of us, or I guess that'd be west, sorry. So we've got a few things we need to work out. We obviously want to give you more details on the product, but ideally, if we could, we might not necessarily get all the streets in, but maybe move some dirt. It just depends on how the timeline works out.
Okay. And even with the COVID stuff going on, you're comfortable in starting a project like this?
Sure, yep.
Okay.
I mean, we do lots of studies throughout the country, and this buyer that most likely already lives in Chaska needs, they are changing physically, and this housing with single-story living, zero entry. We have a lot of zero entry showers, universal design. These buyers the buyer segment continues to grow. And we think there's a need to provide this type of housing in Chaska, even with what Del Webb's doing.
Okay. I mean, there's clearly a call for this, and you start looking at, starting at 400, and usually by the time you're done, it's 500. It's just make them affordable for people, and then
sure.
That's always that, but you guys do the market analysis, I don't, I just look at it from my point of view.
Well, just to kind of clarify too, and I think, I don't know that I was directly on the email where the price was asked of us, but I wouldn't say the 400s is the starting point. I would say that on average, our buyers typically add about $60,000 in options. So when we were asked of from what Butch, when he kind of passed that along to me, our pricing is going to be probably less than that as a starting, but when all said and done with everything in the house, we kind of wanted to kind of say that, hey, the averages are going to be in the 400s.
Okay. All right, council, any other questions for Steve or Butch? I'm assuming, Liz, would you
Sorry, one more question. Just wondering how come you didn't give us a site understanding diagram from the concept?
I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, so there should be some examples in the packet for developers.
Okay, well, we'll have to follow up with our engineer. They're the ones that did the filing, so we'll get that and try to get that in the works.
Okay, thank you.
Have you had conversations with the county about the county road there?
No, we have not yet. That's something that Liz and I chatted about today, and we're going to talk to Matt about it tomorrow. So heads up, Matt will be giving you a buzz tomorrow. He's not thinking he might be a good middleman to bridge it to the county. agree with that, John?
Yeah, I think you're working with the right people. I only ask just because I think the construction traffic is a make or break, to be honest, because sending construction down into that neighborhood with the playground or the bike, that is a tough pill to swallow. I also really would like, and I know this is a hard ask and the city doesn't control us, if there's any option for like a right turn on only. I know sight lines are tough. I know access is tough. But I worry that down the road and you add some more houses on the other property. I have concerns about emergency vehicles, distance. I'm just trying to think because there's not a lot of great options. I'll just say it that way. But again, something to ask, and the county might say no, and that's not an option. But anything would be better than zero.
What exactly was your ask, John? I can hardly.
A right turn only. Could there be a right turn only
out of there?
Yep.
Okay.
This might be a question for Liz, but that one diagram that showed the approximate development areas adjacent to Founder's Ridge, can you go back to that exhibit? That road, the collector road there that they're proposing, I mean, what's the timeline on that?
Are you referring to this
Yes.
line? I don't know, Kevin or Matt, not sure kind of what the timeline is, but it's going to be dependent on kind of when these areas develop, mainly on kind of the east side, west side of the extension of Schram. That would basically dictate the need for that.
That's exactly right, Liz. The utilities kind of go out of Founder's Path into that area, and then they'd be able to pull that infrastructure south. And so it's really a timing with the Elastic property, which is immediately to the west of Founder's Ridge, and when they're ready to sell their property and start developing. So it could be soon, it might not be. We don't really control that on that connector road. And so we'll see when they're ready to start selling some of their property.
Do you think that that will happen before the lower part of that property that we're looking at gets developed?
Yes.
Because I think that goes to what Councilmember Grau was saying. I look at this exhibit and I look at the multiple ways out of the Founder's Ridge neighborhood, and I think that, the proposed development that's being proposed and then in the future on that area, might support with a bunch of different exits out, but like John had mentioned, the one right now, it might be a lot, so.
Yeah, thank you for that. I would agree. I mean, I've had this conversation, and I'm glad this was included, because I know I'd asked for it, because I had seen some pictures of Percheon coming down. I do think when that gets developed, the west side of this neighborhood typically probably would go out that direction and go up through Percheon and up to hit 212, prime destination being on the 212, which would reduce that traffic down Founder's Way. Chicken and the egg problem, right, is you can't pick which gets developed first, and that's the hard part, because it could be this year, it could be next year, it could be 10 years. Founder's Way is the only ticket in and out of the neighborhood. So I appreciate that observation and that question.
I think if that elementary school gets built, that will escalate everything. Liz, where exactly in this photo is the park that we're proposing?
Yeah, it's basically everything south.
Yep.
This line here.
Okay.
Correct. Down to the big woods.
Yep, there we go. And then the elementary site, am I highlighting it correct?
And the parcel to the south.
From here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is basically where the elementary school is, so everything around that.
It's further back in than I thought. I didn't realize it was that far back. Okay.
Yeah.
Does this what we're looking at here, somewhere in the developers, did they put in there that there's a lighted ball field there that we
I think we
don't?
have signs out there.
Well, we do on the west side, but I'm saying here as they come in there, and, or does the developer make sure that we tell them that there's lighted ball fields here, that we don't strap future councils as we move forward, or?
Yeah.
Well, that would be us yet, but just to be very clear that there's lighted ball fields in that close proximity. I don't know the terrain there, but we gotta
It's
do
flat.
it, and we have to do it now. So
Right.
Butch and Steve, you gotta put that in when you're marketing
Trust
these
me,
lots,
you
that there's a lighted, ball field going in there, and there's gonna be multiples of them.
We got it. Thanks.
Because we have signs on the west side, but there's nothing, if you come in off of the main entrance now, and come in there, there's no sign that you would see that says that there's lighted ball fields.
Right.
Hey Liz, I know it's preliminary, just to confirm, the preliminary plan will include a traffic study which would look at kind of that traffic. I'm making an assumption here that I think will come true, but I would guess that the study will show that empty nester type of buyer tends to probably take less trips than your, other, not, currently both two people employed, that type of thing. But I'm assuming that would be in the preliminary plan traffic study, kind of looking at exactly what would be coming down Founders Way.
It should be something that you request. We don't require a traffic study in the preliminary submittal, so if it's something that you want them to highlight on from a traffic standpoint or from a study standpoint, then they should take that comment into consideration for the preliminary.
Yeah, I don't know what we've standard done for a development side to look for a traffic study. I guess what I will say is that having data communicate to residents is better than just saying it's not gonna be much traffic. Because we're gonna hear, and we're gonna think it's gonna be thousands of cars and data, show that. So again, I'm not sure, if we would require it. I'm open to other needs on the council on what that looks like if we want, but I just think you can't go wrong with providing data to neighbors who have concerns about traffic.
Sure, can I just jump in real quick? I would just say that the 10th edition of the International Traffic Engineers did do a detached senior housing analysis, and we can provide some of that data, but it's essentially that this type of housing produces about 50% of the traffic as a traditional single-family neighborhood.
And I think based on our studies for Pinnacle Heights, that is about accurate, very accurate.
Yes.
All right, council, any other questions for Steve or Butch? All right, I'm hearing silence. Steve or Butch, anything else? Otherwise, I am going to allow those couple residents to give us their comments.
I have nothing further unless the council has specific questions.
Okay. All right, Kevin, if you want to, you decide who comes on first, if you would. Is it still just two people?
Yeah, it still says two. I'll read the first one. Their internet connection is a little poor, so they wouldn't be able to, their audio is not steady. This one's from Wade Powell at 3860 Founders Path. They want it to be known, we are concerned with construction traffic in our neighborhood due to a large number of kids in our neighborhood. We feel they should have access to this new development from 44 until the development is completed, and seal up the cul-de-sac, and they said they agree with the mayor. Also, their area is zone R1 with frontage needs to be 75 feet. These lots don't appear to follow this. Also, the builder has yet to contact our neighborhood per the last meeting. That's the,
Kevin or Liz, can you speak on 75-foot with the R1?
Yeah, I can try to answer that. The Founders Ridge development is also a PRD, so the lot widths do kind of variate within that development. But if I am remembering correctly, I believe they are around the 65 up to 75 foot width requirement. So again, it's purely dependent on kind of what the PRD standards set forth for a development.
So these are perfect, would we say these were 64 is perfectly fine then? Is that what you're telling me?
Again, from a staff perspective, the lot width that they're proposing is pretty consistent with this type of product. So from our standpoint, they're not requesting anything that we haven't seen before from a lot width.
Okay. All right. Kevin, who else do you have?
all right, and Gary Ross had his hand raised earlier. Gary, if you still have a question?
I do, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, Gary.
I have several of them, just kind of, I'm trying to pause between each one so I don't dominate the call here. Again, construction traffic is a huge concern for everybody here. Been here for almost 5 years now, and we haven't had a single year without construction. And we just, to be honest, it'd be nice to have a break of it, and they have that access right off of 44. We'd like to see them do the construction traffic through there as long as possible. And like Wade had pointed out, there's a lot of little kids here, and there's been enough close calls as it has, as we've seen, living on the corner. I just don't want to see anybody get hurt. The other question I have is more towards kind of like the design of the house. These don't have basements. What do the citizens do, the owners do, when there's a tornado? God forbid something comes through. What do they do if they have to seek shelter?
Can I answer that question? Because I live in a home without a basement.
That'd be great.
Yeah, I live in a townhouse that's on a slab. I'm not going to say that it's the greatest thing in the world. And that was one of my concerns, but looking at the floor plans, it seemed like it made sense. When I do have severe weather, we go to the most interior portion of our home. I live in a townhome that's like a quad home, so if you take a square and divide it into fours. So that would either be like our downstairs bathroom. It's a real small space. I'm assuming it's probably going to be more when you're in more interior rooms, but they might be able to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then going back to go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to tell you, Gary, that the slab homes now are really starting to become more and more popular, and some of them even build that center room a little stronger just for that purposes, and I don't know if Destiny does, but that I've heard that from other developers that kind of set up a room that's built that'll withstand a little more, but there's a lot of slab on grade homes now.
Oh, wow, interesting. Another question that I had was on the frontage lot size, so that's 75 feet versus 65 feet. If they went to 75 feet, it's my understanding that they'll lose about 4 properties, going from 24 down to 20. Is there any way that we can somehow get it close to like what we have in Founders Ridge now of the 65 or whatever that amount is, to kind of make it so it's, if you will, almost matches, if you will, or kind of complements the neighborhood? And it not look like, hey, we've slid as many houses as possible, because my neighbor to the north is 20 feet away, whereas here these are 10 feet away, so it's going to look like everybody's kind of like really close proximity to each other. Is there any way that we can look at expanding that frontage even a little bit to what we have already in the Founders Ridge neighborhood?
Yeah, I think my only response to that is that the developer would have to look into that and see if that's something they can explore further.
Is that something the city or the planning council can impose on the builder to, you know what, we'd rather see it this way, or is it something that the builder can actually come with? Basically, who can enforce that, you know what, 161 is a little bit narrow, we'd like to see 65, or whatever that number is. Who enforces that, or can impose those guidelines, if you will?
Yeah, I think it would have to be an encouragement that comes from the council on whether they think that's more appropriate.
Okay. And then my last question is just traffic in general. I know you guys are talking about the studies about typically the empty nesters, traffic is about 50%. Just looking at our neighborhood, we have 58 houses currently in the Founders Ridge neighborhood. You're looking at adding currently 24 houses onto the single way into our neighborhood, the Founders Way. And then with the other property to the east, I don't remember who owns that property on the other side of the Carlson property, that upwards of 50 houses could possibly be in that property, as stated earlier in the meeting. That would effectively double the size of our neighborhood, still with only one access, which is a huge concern. Because as it is today, we have a lot of, traffic coming through, whether it's deliveries, garbage, what have you. And we're just concerned that, at least for us in our household, that traffic would essentially double, or even 50% more traffic. So that's just something I want to point out, that is there any way we can get additional access into the neighborhood, whether it's the collector road that was mentioned earlier, or even like what John was asking, a right out only onto 44 just to get out of that area, just to help alleviate some of the traffic.
Well,
that's all I had for questions.
So it's
to build off Gary's comment there, I know you used some rough numbers to come up with square footage, low density, and got 50, but that leftover space is smaller than what we're talking about now, correct? And we're only putting 24 houses in there now, largely to do with there's a pond, there's ponding requirements, there's a wetland in there. Now that doesn't include not any other property. I would be very surprised to get more than 24 houses on the next 10 acres in there. So I think I want to clarify that, because that was a big number when you said that, and that, I'll be honest, scared me. But I would be hard set and surprised to see that we go to a smaller piece of land and pour more houses than 24. Is that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement, yes. Again, we were just thinking of the theoretical, if you looked at the comprehensive plans guidance strictly applied at the higher end of the spectrum of a low density guidance, that you could get 50 units on a 10-acre site essentially. But is that the practical outcome for that lot? More than likely not. Again, until we kind of go through the same process, we'll have a better idea of kind of what makes more sense from a density standpoint for that property.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
So, since we're talking about it, on that piece of property to the east of the one we're talking about, to the south of that looks like there's like wooded steep slope, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right, yep.
That would mean that disqualifies for any sort of building. So, just eyeballing it, just purely, I'm guessing it's probably like 50 to 60% of that 10 acres is wooded steep slope. You can't build on legally anyway.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, from a very general high-level perspective, yeah, that's kind of what's encompassing that lot. So again, the physical constraints will kind of dictate what makes sense for that property density-wise.
So legally, we're talking theoretical maps with a couple other constraints that are legal constraints by geography. It's like 25 houses at most, if that.
Yeah, generally speaking.
But that's just the back model.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And now you guys, it's kind of soft volume here for me, but those numbers that you were just talking about, are you talking that of the Roebling property?
Correct, yep. So this property that I'm highlighting right now, that's the Roebling property. They own this whole piece here, but from kind of a high-level perspective of kind of the constraints of the site, the yellow outline is kind of where development.
Because I thought I was understanding he was looking at putting 10 lots in there. But that, you know, that's when he's had it for sale by himself, and maybe the limitations are based on getting out on the road, I don't know, but, so, there's probably a lot of speculation there. I just, I agree that I can't, with as much ravine is back there, it'd be pretty hard to put a ton of homes in there.
When they talked to us previously, it was about 10 houses.
That's what I thought. Okay.
But, you know, until we see actually what size they come in, but it's, to get to 50 would be pretty interesting.
Challenging.
Right.
Right. They stack them on top of each other or something, but a traditional single family, you'd be really, really hard pressed to get anywhere remotely close to 25.
Okay. All right. Mr. Ross, did we get all your questions? Were you done then?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I'll just get a chance to speak. I see a lot of other hands on the meeting. I want them to go and talk as well. But the main thing is the construction traffic and then just the additional traffic is the major concerns.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have had a few more folks raise their hands. There's, I think, 3 more people right now with their hands raised.
How many?
3.
Okay. Well, let's see if, you know, they might be the same questions, but let's bring on the next person.
Okay. Justin Novak.
Dustin or
Hi,
Justin?
It's Jamie, but I guess my concern is, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my concern is, I have a couple concerns, but my biggest one is, at the last concept plan meeting that we virtually attended, we were told that this was not going to be specifically a 55 plus neighborhood, like with restrictions on that, but now we're being told that it is going to be a 55 plus neighborhood, because that obviously, you know, there's a big difference.
I would have to ask Kevin or Liz. I don't know that we've ever had a concept plan on this, have we?
She's referring to the planning commission meeting we had last week. So Butcher, Steve, are you able to answer the question of, you know, is this going to be an age-restricted development, or are you kind of generally speaking that this is who it's catered to?
It's generally speaking that it's catered to the 55 plus buyer. We don't typically age restrict, but with the full maintenance, the HOA, we don't have room, or the HOA docs don't allow trampolines and basketball hoops and those type of things. So we market to the 55 empty nester buyer.
Okay, so then I guess my concern with that is I am a real estate agent, and if a neighborhood is not specifically, you know, restricted to 55 plus, I know that I have a lot of young buyers that are looking in that neighborhood. Because people do like the single level living with kids, because they like the kids to be on the same level as them. And, you know, I can't get behind the fact that if this isn't specifically restricted to 55 plus, that it's going to be a 55 plus neighborhood. It's not. I mean, that's that.
Well, as we proceed through the process, we'll continue to show more product, and like I mentioned before, there's just no room for kids to have play equipment, basketball hoops, those type of things. We have data, surveys from many of our communities. Our national average right now is about 1.8 residents per unit. Our average buyer age is about 63. We do have occasional divorcees or widowers and widows that buy homes.
But I have to stop you there. This is Minnesota, and you said you've only done one development in Minnesota over 2 years ago.
Yeah, we've done 400 communities in the country,
Yeah,
over
but
30,000 homes. I don't think Minnesota is that much different than other Midwestern areas.
Well, I do work this market very closely, so I know that, you know, that data doesn't directly correlate to Minnesota. And I'm not saying it won't to your neighborhood, because obviously every neighborhood is different, but the buyers that I have, that data does not correlate. So I just don't think it's fair to continue the discussion. This is specifically a 55 plus neighborhood.
And we didn't say specific, we market to it. And I previously worked for Pulte Homes, and I know they've done their research, and they know that that buyer's looking and interested in the Chaska area, much as we are.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree with that, but I would like the council to take that into consideration, that if it's not specifically restricted to 55 plus, it's not going to be just 55 plus. And I'm just as concerned as everybody else is about the traffic, because that, like Gary said, we could potentially be at some point doubling the size of our neighborhood with one entry point. And if there are other young families in there, we, like Gary said, have had so many close calls in the neighborhood that we're just waiting for an accident to happen.
And Jamie, if you could, sorry, just quickly provide your address as well.
Yeah, so last week I was at 3927 Founders Path, but we actually just moved today to 3857 Dakota Court.
Thank you.
Where's Dakota Court?
It's that cul-de-sac and off Founders Path. Just to the north of Founders Path,
Okay.
within the neighborhood.
I didn't realize there was Dakota in there. All right. Well, so your concern is basically saying that if it's somebody that's under 55 is going to have more traffic? Is that the concern?
Well, traffic as a whole is my concern, having one entry, like many people have voiced, not just the construction traffic, but the daily traffic, because, even if say it is a 55 plus neighborhood, I know that my retired grandma leaves the house 13 times a day because she's got nothing better to do. So that's not necessarily saying that the traffic is going to be depleted because it's 55 plus, but then on top of it, the likelihood of every homeowner being 55 plus and retired is very slim if it's not specifically age restricted.
Well, I'm retired. I'll say I don't leave 13 times a day, so I'll balance. We'll balance your grandma's
Grandma's
out.
a social butterfly, but you know what I'm saying.
No, and I get that, and we understand that. Every time we have these infills, like I said, I whenever you see, and you as a realtor should know that anytime you see a road that does not have a cul-de-sac, it's going to be extended, and that's just a given, and that's why my comments earlier about that there's a road that there's a sign there saying that this is going to be extended.
Yeah.
This is the third infill that we've had in the last 4 council meetings,
Yep.
and it's, I mean, we understand that, but yet we also know that those were always the plans, that they would be filled, and I get what you're saying, but I still do believe that there is such a market of that 55 plus that is looking for that homes that I think that, is someone going to be able to buy that's not? Yeah, but I still, if you're having kids, you want to build where kids are. You don't want to build finding out that 25 of your neighbors are all 55 plus, unless you're looking for babysitters, then you got a pretty good shot. But I mean, don't get me wrong that I'm actually I'm hearing what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that that these are the things that that happen, and if they, I guess we can't tell them that has to be a 55 plus. They're saying that that's what we've heard, is that they're marketing for that.
Yeah, and I guess my statement is a roundabout way of saying that if we are extending Founders Path, which we all knew was a possibility. If we are extending Founders Path, why are we not at least giving them some sort of outlet out of the neighborhood to decrease that traffic?
But can you look at the exhibit that's on the screen right now? Do you have the ability to see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Do you see that in future proposal, there's going to be, 2 more exits out of this neighborhood? Like, I understand what you're saying, and I live in a townhome neighborhood. When my husband and I moved in 15 years ago, we didn't have a son, and we have a child, and we've stuck around. So you're right, there could be family members that are single, and they get married, and they have kids, and they decide to stay. I bet some will decide to move to a house that has a more adequate backyard. But I also look kind of towards the future and just the number of houses that are being proposed today. 24 houses is a lot, but it's also not a lot. But also if they're gonna continue to add on, which doesn't sound like would be, near 24 even, they're gonna be 2 more access points out, which is gonna be a great benefit to you guys.
But these developments that you're talking about to the, I guess, what would that be, the east? The Roebling property and whatnot, those aren't gonna have an additional exit or entry. We're talking when we get up to the west here, up by Carver Court and stuff, that we're gonna have more entry and exit, and that's not what we're referring to right now. So the Roebling property, all those people, as well as the Carlson property, all those people, they're all coming through Founder's Path and Founder's Way. And then to top it all off, are these people now all part of our association because they're going through our association? That's their only access point?
Well, we gotta stop there a minute. Those roads are they're all public roads.
No,
So,
I understand that. I'm just curious how that works with the separation there, because there's, supposedly gonna be no separation.
what do you mean by separation?
Well, I just mean, how do we determine which neighborhood is part of which association and,
So
and
your
why?
neighborhood has an association?
Yes.
And what does that cover?
Boulevard trees, sprinklers, our entrance monument right at the edge of Founder's Way there.
Okay.
Exterior modifications have to all be approved by the association.
But a lot of those amenities really wouldn't affect those people because they're using the public streets.
No, I understand that. I'm just curious how, since all of a sudden they've become a part of our neighborhood, they're not becoming a part of our association, I guess.
My neighborhood is 3 different homeowners associations. That's just the way it works sometimes.
I understand that. I'm wondering if there's a plan around that. And there probably isn't. I feel like there's a lot of hypotheticals right now, and that's what I don't like.
I can tell you when the lighted ball field will come in, your 2 neighborhood associations will band together to talk about that. But otherwise, I'm sure you guys will be just fine living amongst each other.
All right.
All right.
That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Kevin?
Yep, next we have Brian Astry, and Brian, if you could just also give your address.
Yep, 3834 Founders Path. Do you hear me okay?
Yep, we're on, Brian. You're good.
So just real quick, I know that last remark was not supposed to be snippet, but it did kind of come across as snippet, so
I apologize. I only say that from past experience with my neighborhood associations here.
And that's fine, but just, I'm just letting you know that didn't kind of sit very well with a few people. Anyways, this might be more, unfortunately, it's a traffic statement. I'm one of the houses that's going to be heavily affected by this, but this might be a school board related thing, but our neighborhood has a centralized bus stop that's at Founder's Way and Founder's Path. So every morning during the school year, during different hours, based on which school bus is picking up, there's going to be anywhere from 12 to 15 kids. So especially with that construction traffic, I'm a pessimist in life, so I won't live as long as the optimist, but so I doubt we're going to get clearance for that county, from the county for the construction traffic, so I'm expecting the construction traffic to come through. And if that's the case, I just want the city council to be aware that Founder's Path and Founder's Way is where the main school bus stop is. That's it.
Brian, I'll just say that we've had these issues in the past, and we have, you know, boots on the ground people that are they work real close with the contractors. I mean, we've had other neighborhoods where we've had a lot of construction go through, and fortunately, we have not really had any issues because of communications. So we work really hard with that to eliminate that, because we know that's the number one issue. I mean, it's clearly, every one of you have mentioned it right now, is the kids. And obviously, we certainly don't want to see anything happen. So we spend a lot of time working with the contractors and creating that we can live and work together through these processes. So I do feel comfortable that we can make something like that work, and that you as parents can not to have to worry about it, that they work really close with those folks. So if that helps or gives you anything, I don't know, but I just know that we've had this. We've had some big projects in Clover Ridge, and there's a zillion kids through Clover Ridge, and to my knowledge, we have not gotten any complaints. I mean, is there somebody that might speed? I will never say that somebody won't, but for the most part, they're pretty respectful. They know how important that is going through these neighborhoods, and if they get the neighborhoods pretty wound up at them, things don't go very good. So just if that helps anything. All right. Pardon?
We do still have two more if you would want to take them.
How many we got?
Two.
All right, I think we'll stop after these two, so if anyone new comes on, because like I said, this isn't really a public hearing, but I certainly want to hear, but we're kind of coming up with the same theme here, pretty close, but bring on the next one, please.
Sure. Derek, you can unmute.
Is it Derek?
Yeah, Derek, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Make sure,
sorry.
please provide your address as well.
Yep, Derek Banis, 3871 Dakota Court. One question, or I have a couple questions. First one is for the developers. When are they planning to come meet with our neighborhood?
I think Butch reached out to the city, hopefully in the last couple of days. The timeline between planning commission and the council was very fast. So I would say within the next 2 or 3 weeks before we make our next filing, or whenever this time's up with the next filings, we should be able to come meet with you. Hopefully we can do it in person. We just did one recently with Zoom, and it's okay, but we'd rather come out in person.
And then second is just the rush of this. I know that this is all preliminary, but it seems to be moving very quickly. And I brought this up on the last meeting that when I asked when were you guys going to start developing, the answer we got was ASAP. So I would like to know why this plan is being rushed so quickly when our community just went through, and we're still going through a lot of road construction. And then as Gary pointed out, we've gone through 5 years of construction in these developments. So I would like to know like what the timeline looks like and why we are rushing through this. And then I have one more question after this.
Well, with our real estate process, we only have so long with the seller to be able to get this through the city process, and then we need to close on the property. So with real estate, speed is always important. So, but we also have to follow all of the steps that the city requires. And we're only on step 2 of probably about 6 or 7 from what I understand of the list I've seen.
Okay.
And Derek,
I am on, oh, go ahead.
Derek, from a city perspective, they're just following the normal channels. There's no, I mean, this is not uncommon for people that, you know, when they want to develop a land, that they go through this, and, you know, their ultimate goal is to build homes, so.
I understand, it's just, we found out about this 3 weeks ago, and then in our meeting we had last week, there was people on the council that brought up concerns, even when I mentioned this, that they were concerned that we have not met the developer, and we had no idea this was going on, and then hearing the word ASAP could mean a lot of things. So that's just some concerns of me and the residents in this development. And then my third question is we are one of the houses that will be essentially looking at this new development. And I know in part of the planning, it shows that there's going to be trees separating out the neighborhoods. I would like to know, is it one set of, like one row of trees? Is it 30 feet? What does that look like to separate the neighborhoods out?
Until we get through and further along in this process, get our topography, we have the tree survey, but until final engineering and the engineers have done more of their due diligence, we're not going to know in terms of how much dirt needs to be moved, where there needs to be storm lines laid, those type things. So that will evolve as the plans evolve as we go through this process.
And Derek, if I can help on this, this phase that we're in is just really, you know, we're looking at a 30,000 foot level just to see if this is feasible, because when they start going into the next phase, then there's a lot more detail put into this. That would determine about the amount of trees, because you already heard that there's some concerns about how far they are to, or how close they are to the ravines and slopes and things like that. So this level is really pretty high level. The next one really kind of dives into details, and so this is one where they come before us as council to say, is this something that is possibly doable? Here's kind of what we have, and now from the planning commission and comments here, then they go back, and if it passes, then they would go back and look at next levels.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It was just, in the last meeting last week, there was another neighborhood north of Fireman's Park where a gentleman had a list of concerns from a whole bunch of residents, and it was brushed aside. So I know that our neighborhood has a lot of concerns. I know we might sound like a broken record, but again, this is our third week of knowing this, and we want to ensure that we can do everything we can to make sure that we continue with a safe neighborhood, and also try to cut the construction down to a minimum. So I appreciate your time.
Well, I will say that gentleman's concerns weren't brushed aside. I mean, we listened and went through the concerns and looked at all that. So I guess I feel bad that you think we brushed them to the side. I don't think that by any means that was done on our part. So again, we might have to agree to
There was a comment on the
disagree.
planning committee where he asked if it was brought up, and they said, no, we did not include this for today, and you can see his frustrations, so it's fine. Hopefully we can meet with these developers as soon as possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, Kevin, last one, right?
So iPhone.
Yeah, good evening. This is Ethan Revitt, 3889 Carver Path. And just a general question for everybody. So, it's been said there's a lot of concerns around traffic coming into the Founders neighborhood. And with that one entry right now, Founders Way, maybe a general question just for everybody's education. And if you spoke to this earlier, I apologize for missing it, but how many homes or residences can be serviced by one point of entry?
Well, I don't know that there's a number, but I will tell you that I probably live in the biggest neighborhood that has one entrance because of just some development on the backside that changed. And I will tell you quite honestly, there's not a problem about moving in and out of a thing. It's more about the traffic where you're going to. Now, 44 isn't near as bad as the road that we go out on, County Road 10, but we live in a very large neighborhood with one exit, and I don't know that I can ever say that I've gone up there and had more than 2 cars waiting to get out. So what that magic number is, even though, you know, again, like it was stated earlier, 25 homes seems like a lot of homes, but right now your area isn't overly large. And as we redevelop, there's gonna be additional exits, which then will take that off. Right now, you are right, it's one exit. But I don't know, I don't know if there's a magic number, and Liz or Kevin, you'd have to say if there is or isn't, you know.
Anecdotally, I'll say that, you know, I live in a neighborhood with about 85 homes in it, and, you know, it's a single entrance. I've been here for 18 years, and I can't remember the last time I was the 4th car in, waiting to get out. I mean, I can't remember. I mean, 2, maybe 3 cars, that's about it. And we're right in Hunter Park too, so.
I just help out with this a little bit, Mayor and City Council. Some of the background that we did when the city took on the planning level analysis for the transportation, kind of the build-up and the full, looking at more of the 2040 traffic volumes and the forecasting on Big Woods Boulevard, the access at Founders Way, and if you look at kind of the planning areas and not only the roadway network that we're talking about, extension for today, but the analysis that we did showed that with this developed property, including the rolling property, that Founders Way would operate at the highest or the best operational value. So even as the background traffic and things grow along Big Woods Boulevard, we are planning that that traffic will be very acceptable.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't speak engineer very well, so if I'm interpreting this correctly, are you saying that with these potential 2 new developments to the east of Founders Ridge, that Founders Way would still be an acceptable entry and exit point for all 3 of those neighborhoods without any additional exits being built?
Operationally, with the way the county guides access along the highway, when we looked at quarter-mile spacing and access along the highway with all of really what's shown here, even with a right-in, right-out, Founders Way would operate very acceptably. The question that will have to be answered and looked at in the future is, as the rolling property comes in more into focus, is a right-in, right-out truly warranted? For multiple reasons, there's some significant grade considerations, as well as I think one of the things that can't get lost in translation is driver safety. When we looked at both Carlson property and the Rollings, sightlines are definitely restricted, especially with given the nature of curvature of the road and everything like that. So that will be a discussion in the future.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Right. Any last comments from council?
I'll just say, I think this is a good addition. I've heard of lots of people that are looking for homes like this. My mom moved to Carver, she's 59, to get a house like this, so she left Chaska, which she loves, to go to another community because we just didn't have the inventory of these homes. So I think it kind of fits well. Obviously hearing the concerns, nobody ever wants more cars coming down their street than they have to. I live on a busy street, so I get it. But I do think, you know, it will sit nicely in there, and we do have, as you guys mentioned, lots of neighborhoods all over Chaska that have similar situations, and it's nice to see that there'll eventually be some other ways out. And then, yeah, but I think that having these homes added to our inventory in Chaska is really something that will definitely continue to be needed. So I'm looking forward to seeing these here.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I will comment. I'll just kind of close it up because, like I said, I think I appreciate many of my neighbors, encouraging them to participate and hearing that. And obviously, they all know where I live too, so I appreciate that, and I'll continue to listen and provide feedback. I do want to say for me, welcome to developing in Chaska. I appreciate the builders for doing that. I always view, since I've been on the council, concept plans as the feedback gathering, as the mayor indicated. It's a high level, 30,000 feet, get some feedback. But I've also been very appreciative when that feedback is taken seriously, and I have no reason to believe that you guys will not do that. But again, I think it's something that it fits what it's known for. It's the concerns are out there. I do think, again, I said it earlier, to me, I really want to see, and I'm hopeful, like the mayor's hopeful, that we can work with that access that's currently that driveway for construction access. I do think, personally, that will help alleviate some of the concerns of the traffic coming in that road. One thing I do worry about, and it's kind of a tricky one, because I do like the fact that if you think about the type of traffic and those traffic levels that go through, and I will say from my experience, and the mayor alluded to kind of the past traffic studies, that having a neighborhood that's focused, marketed towards an older demographic and kind of age specific, it will be less traffic versus if you duplicated what's in Founders Ridge right now. The only concern I have with that approach is that the products are going to look pretty different. So I think, to me, seeing on the preliminary plan what that entrance into that neighborhood looks like, it's on the project goals here about designing this new neighborhood with a sense of community and connection, and I worry that their community and connection is going to just be that neighborhood, and it's not going to be our neighborhood. And I think that's a shame. I really would like to see these two neighborhoods kind of make that connection, but they're going to look distinctly different. You're going to go from two-story, a little bit wider lots to slab-on-grade, single-family, all level. That's not bad. It's just you got to make sure you're integrating it into the rest of the concern or the neighborhood is my question. And then lastly, I would just say again, I appreciate the engineer in that right-out approach. I would really like to start that conversation with the county because I don't want to kick it down the can. I know the county may not be ready to have that conversation, and that becomes tricky when the city's pushing for that. But hopefully, we can have that conversation because I think that would help, especially since now you've added the fact that potentially, as that rolling land is developed, that may be looked at. I understand the sight lines. It's a curve. It's uphill. There's some challenges there, but the engineers are smart people. They can figure things out too. So I really push the developer to really have that conversation with the county now, versus kicking it to the next developer. So I think if I look over my notes here, that is really kind of what I had for my comments. But in general, I'm looking forward to seeing more action in the preliminary plan in that neighborhood meeting because I think you have a pretty well-engaged community here in the neighborhood that will provide some good feedback and work with the developer for a win-win.
And I'll chime in. I'm a little disappointed. It feels like there's a couple of points that didn't even get looked at in the packet. It's just kind of the evidence of there wasn't a site understanding plan that was part of the concept plan, checklist. There was a meeting with the homeowners and the neighbors before coming to the concept plan. That wasn't done either. And things like that kind of bug me because it's usually indicative of someone not paying attention to detail. So I have some concerns in general about what else was missed. That said, traffic is always a big concern. Safety of our residents and safety of children is absolutely foremost. So anything we can do in terms of construction, traffic, having that go on a different route, if we can support what we can do to help get that living temporarily would be a big, very significant for the neighbors. One of the other things that the mayor mentioned, which I completely agree with, is we should have better, signage to say, or, just like a board at, at the end of the street that you can't miss that says development, future development planned at some point, so that way you drive out the end of the street, or you can see it from the end of the street. Because I think a lot of people would just forget that their street isn't designed to be a dead end, right? And I think it's, and the reality is that, we're getting to a point in our communities of life cycle where we're starting to see more infill projects. I anticipate we'll see more of them over the next, 5 to 10 years as the city starts filling out. So I want to make sure that we're just complete transparency that when people buy these homes, that it's not just for the people who live here now, not just for the residents who are currently in the homes in Founders Way now, but for the residents of this new development, that they also know that there's potentially more homes coming. And I think that's important. That one I'm not sure we should put into add a point to the conditions, or if there's a better way to do it. And I think long term, I think as a city, we might want to do something, more consistent about that. But that's something I just want to throw out there that, I'd be supportive if we want to add a point or condition, say we have to add a sign at the end of the road to make sure that whoever lives there knows that there's, going to be something else. That's all I've got.
That's probably our condition because it would be a city street though, right?
Yeah.
Not the condition of the builder.
Yeah, not necessarily condition of the builder, or maybe they provide the, the fund the signage, which shouldn't be that big because it would be like a giant wood sign, right? Or something, I don't know. Throwing that out there.
Question for the developers again. How do you guys build specs and then sell them, or is it you sell them first and then build them? How do you do that? Because that kind of dictates the construction and how long you look at it, or is it like some of these large developers come in and they're building on every lot and they're in and out of there in 2 years. So just out of curiosity, how do you guys do your staging as far as building?
I'll jump in. I guess primarily most of our sales are done pre-sales. We do very low spec housing. So primarily we're selling through them, and with a 24 lot subdivision, I would say a 2-year window is a reasonable, something that falls right in line with what we historically do.
Okay, thank you. Because I think, sometimes when we look at construction traffic, some of the older developments, that went on forever, like these, the residents are saying here, they've had 5 years of construction. Unfortunately, it's not all been in their neighborhood. We've been upgrading their roads and upgrading utilities there, so they're, but they're in an area that's growing. And unfortunately, when you're in the fastest growing area in a city, there's a lot of construction that happens there. But at least that it sounds like that how they build will be better than where it takes 5 or 6 years to fill out a neighborhood where there's constantly construction. That it may be busy the first year and then slowly start sliding down scales. So just a comment. All right, anyone else? Again, as a reminder, Liz, can you unshare, please? So I can see who faces again. Thank you. Again, this is a concept. This will be touched twice more by us as council. Thoughts? Or if not a motion, I don't know. just quickly before we go, I want to thank everyone that called in. Appreciate your comments, and your comments do get looked at, and obviously, you know, something's going in there, so we'll never stop that there'll be additional traffic. You know, it's always our goal to try to find another location for construction traffic, but we don't always have the ability to dictate that either. But I think we do have control of the construction folks as they're doing their building, so, and I, you know, the process that these folks are following is kind of right in our guidelines. I think maybe the one step that unfortunately got missed was that input from the neighbors first before coming here, and but they're clear about that they're gonna sit down and meet with you, and hopefully we can come to a good resolve, and we can all be good neighbors, so. All right, with that, anyone else? Otherwise, I'd entertain a motion one way or the other.
Quick question, do we want to do anything about the sign at the end of the street, or do we want to have make that another discussion for us internally about that?
I mean, that's something we do anyways, so.
Yeah, I think that's something that's handled at a staff level.
It's just,
going forward.
it was just a comment, but yeah, that, we handle that, we put the last sign up. It's just the fact that, let's be real clear about getting the sign up for the next development.
Yeah, I mean, put it up before anyone moves in there, because I think
It's not something that the developer has to do, because it's not his property. So, it's another development, so.
Okay, so I move to adopt a resolution 2020-46 approving concept plan for the Carlson property Destiny Homes, PC number 2020-13.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second by Hatfield.
Second by Councilmember Hatfield to, again, adopt resolution 2020-46. Again, this is a concept plan for the Carlson property. So, and they're clear of a lot of the conditions that, as they move forward. So, and they'll be back when they are ready to go. So, all right. Any further discussion? Hearing silence and seeing some shaking heads. So with that, I will call for the vote. Councilmember McGraw.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Mayor Winchell, aye. All right, motion passes 5-0. All right, thanks everyone for joining in on that one, and see you at the next phase. All right, moves us to, adopt resolution 2020-45 West Creek Apartment Project.
Just wondering if we can take a quick 5-minute bio break? Or do we wait after this one?
What, you?
Mike just needs a quick break, it sounds like.
Yep, we'll just take a couple minutes.
Okay.
Okay. We lost a bunch. John's here. If you're gonna be working in that office, you better get sheetrock on that wall.
Right? I'm in jeans and a long sleeve because we have our air conditioner on. She looked at me like, my wife looked at me like we're crazy. It's like, it's cold out here. Especially with the air conditioner running.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something? Is it going outside?
Yeah.
You know, I really think that, this is what I was gonna say, there's no legal questions when you asked me that during this COVID-19, that my wife and I have been doing a fair amount of walking and down in the ravines in Chaska, and the one just north of the elementary school and the old high school, you know, at 41. You go down there and you go east for about a half a mile. It is the most beautiful walk you'll ever find in your life. And I can't believe whenever we go down there, we meet maybe 10, 15 people. We should be meeting hundreds of people down there. It is just gorgeous, and you can never be more than 15 feet away, and you can always hear the babbling brook and birds and the canopy you have. It's just a wonderful, it is really a gem in Chaska.
Oh,
Now you're not going to be properly able to social distance because you just told everyone.
You know, the interesting part is I got the opportunity when I was working for the city that go build that trail. And we had to stay in the parameters and not take many trees down.
So you're the one that took all the trees. That's only how, when my kids and I, that's the only way we got across the creek was walking on fallen down trees. And that was really fun.
Yep, and the original bridges we built were pretty shaky at best.
It is just a gorgeous
But
park.
that was a fun and interesting project. That was like about 1983 when I was cutting through there, and we'd go in there or we had to take a tree down. Otherwise, that's why it's curved and windy. We went around trees, so it was that was a very fun project. All right, are we all back? Okay. All right, so again, I'll reintroduce, adopt resolution 2020-45 West Creek Apartment Project. Request for a letter of support.
Mayor and council members, I'll present this one to you. This relates to a project that the city council approved a concept plan for back in May 20th, 2019. This is for redevelopment of the site at the southwest corner of County Road 61 and Hickory Street. So we often refer to that as the Guyan property. The redevelopment project includes the West Creek Apartments, which is a proposed 18-unit apartment building of housing that provides supportive services for young adults exiting homelessness. This project is proposed by the group Community Asset Group. In addition to providing a concept plan approval for the project, the City Council also did not authorize a letter of support for the Community Asset Development Group's application to the state of Minnesota seeking funding to support construction of the project. It's expected to cost approximately $3 million to construct that project. They did submit that application to the state back in 2019 to consider for funding. They were ultimately not successful in that application process. So since that time, Community Asset Development Group has continued to try and put together funding for the project. They've, over the past year, been awarded approximately $400,000 grant from Federal Home Loan Bank. And so they are now preparing to re-enter the state of Minnesota's grant cycle for supporting affordable housing projects. With that application deadline coming due within the next month. For that application, Community Asset Development Group is asking the city to support them in a couple ways. First, to provide a letter of support similar to what was done last time, and then also to provide or indicate support using the city's affordable housing tax increment program, so that our TIF policy for affordable housing for that project. And so what is included with this staff report in the packet tonight is a letter that could be submitted to them for your consideration. It's very much like the letter that was provided last year, and also a resolution indicating support through TIF. And so what we've done in that resolution is to essentially outline what the policy is for TIF to go to housing projects to support affordable housing. And this is the standard that we've applied multiple times in the community. We have a number of projects that currently receive TIF under this policy. So it'd be a pay-as-you-go basis. The city rebates on a biannual basis all TIF generated from the project minus $250 per unit. So on an annual basis, the city retains $500 per unit. To be eligible, the project does need to demonstrate that they are maintaining income criteria. 20% of the units must be earning 50% of the area median income or less, or 40% of the units must be maintaining an income of 60% of the area median income or less. The project must meet all local zoning and zoning ordinance provisions, have first gone through and completed a planning process, and receive a certificate of occupancy in order to be getting TIF. And all pay-as-you-go payments would be made only after the owner of the building has certified it as meeting the income requirements that I noted earlier. So being that this project is to serve folks who are coming out of homelessness, we would expect, although we have not yet confirmed, I guess, but we would expect that folks in those homes would meet those income requirements. To be able to have the assistance counted towards support for this project for the state of Minnesota's grant application, they do need to have the city indicating that it would provide that assistance, which is what the resolution would do and accomplish tonight. The Community Asset Development Group did ask that the city deviate from its TIF assistance policy and provide an annual rebate of equal to 90% of the tax increment collected, instead of everything minus the $500 per unit. While the applicant has demonstrated to us that they would make their grant application stronger by having that additional contribution, staff's recommending that we not deviate from our existing policy. We do have other projects, as I mentioned earlier, that in the community that are underneath this policy and receiving TIF that way. Aon's Cloverfield Marketplace is one example. They have about 8 homeless units in that property. Aon's Landing project is another one, and that did incorporate homeless units in that project as well. So staff feels that we should remain consistent with the policy that's out there and that we've applied in the past to support affordable housing projects, which is why the resolution is written to reflect the policy that exists. With that, I'd take any questions from council.
Questions for Nate?
I'll start, yes. I appreciate the consistency. That's the word I live by in my career, so I do like the fact that you're being consistent with the policy and understand why the ask is made, but also understand why the answer was no. That consistency driven. I do have a question just out of curiosity, because that concept plan that we reviewed, to be honest, events have changed since then, so I'm kind of curious if that is still, how they view that location still, and by the events of changing, I'm referencing the fact that the school referendum did not pass, which did move the bus garage, which the county was looking at, and I think there was some good synergy, I'll use that cliche word, synergy between having this across from maybe someone using those county services. I don't think that's probably going to be the end spot where the county will end up going. So I'm just kind of curious on how that, if that or has that changed in their perspective. Obviously, it's something they already have approved on the concept plan and have that, so that obviously helps. But I do think that's an interesting change from when we saw it in the concept plan.
Yeah, I think that may be a question that's best answered by the applicant, but the applicant has asked us for this show of support, and they are continuing to look at this location. They have not yet, as far as I'm aware, submitted anything beyond the concept plan at this point in time, and I think that's more tied to the funding equation than anything else, which is driving that decision. But yeah, my read on it is that they wouldn't be asking for the support if their calculus on the site had changed significantly from what they were thinking before. But Bob Repke is here on behalf of the developer, so if it's all right, I would allow him to weigh in on that question.
Thanks, Nate, Mayor and Council. Thanks, John, for the question. It really hasn't changed what happens, doesn't happen with the bus garage site. We know the numbers are growing of homeless young adults. It has access to transportation. The county, where the county seats, so the courthouse is just down the road a bit, so it's within proximity proximity. So I think all those, allow us to believe that, the site is a good site. It's a donated site, so it still makes sense for us. And given the fact we got the additional financing, the $400,000 from the Federal Loan Bank of Des Moines, which was great to see, it makes us a bit more optimistic relative to getting finances here. But from a site standpoint, I think we're still confident it can work, and still has really good access to the county services.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would agree. I just was curious because I know that would have been beneficial, but obviously, and I agree, kind of looking at it, it's not a deal breaker by any means, and I appreciate your commentary on that. Thank you.
Yep. Anyone else? So,
not a question, just a comment, but if other people have comments or questions, I'll go later.
What's that? I'm sorry, what's that?
I have a comment, but if other people have questions, I can wait.
Well, I'll just add real quickly. So, this concept plan was over a year ago now, I think, that we saw that. And just knowing how the cycles for these grants go, that it could be another year. Does that concept then have to be back to re-look at, because it could be completely different? Thoughts?
Well, yeah.
How does that work? I guess I don't recall being where it's been this long since we did a concept to the next step, and I have a little concern about that we make sure that we have a good plan when it comes forward, or do we reconcept it?
Well, typically, if a project, as far as it's laid out on the site, doesn't deviate significantly from, or by use, change significantly from what was proposed in the concept plan would continue. And you're right, it's not, oftentimes we see projects that are in succession because, they're moving towards completion, and, especially when they don't need any sort of outside dollars to the project, oftentimes, those things are able to move forward in a quicker way. But there are plenty of examples in the community where we have had concepts on a site and it sat for a little bit. I think maybe, one that comes to mind recently would be structures. They had a concept plan with the preliminary, realized that they weren't able to make that project work. They did have to reorient it, so they came back at the preliminary stage again. Looking to hopefully move forward again. There's also other projects like up in our industrial park where their preliminary plan included expansion, and so they're just coming forward with final when they do those expansions. I think Formicote's another example of that. They were approved with an expansion area in mind, so when they do that expansion, they'll simply have to get final on that. So there's examples and precedent out there of, concept or preliminary that may stand for a number of years before they actually get actuated on.
Okay. And you're right, I hadn't thought of it that way on the commercial side, but that's pretty much, thinking back to that project, I mean, that's adding, another square box to it, where this is a standalone, and there just was a lot of different looks of that, what we were gonna do, and was there another building, and now I don't even remember anymore now. Is it two buildings?
I think the concept that was approved, if I remember right, included this, housing portion for people coming out of homelessness, and then there was another proposed for, I think it was market rate apartments on the corner closer to the street. And so that's what was approved in the concept. Now, if they came back and decided they wanted to significantly change the scale of what they're doing on either of those buildings, or change the use on maybe one of the buildings, then we're probably re-looking at that. Okay. Across the street, up the bluff, where Total Loss exists, there was a concept plan approved for that as well. That was all market rate, and it's not related to this project, but saying that maybe went forward at some point, the developer could potentially pick it up if the concept fits their needs well enough and go into preliminary. That'd have to be evaluated at that time, but there's another example of one that's out there.
All right, Mike, did you have something, or Councilmember?
Yeah, I think that, we kind of go back to the original, the concept plan that we did see, one things that, that reminded me of was that the benefit to this particular housing project is that there's a lot of value to the community because it's helping those who are really who really don't have a home get on their feet again. But it's a program, not just a place to live. It's a program to help transition them and to help lift them out of homelessness and get them, back into the mainstream again. And this is something that values people who are, for just down on their luck or have struggled due to chronic issues or whatever it happens to be. But there's a deep need for this in our community. So helping those will really help our community benefit overall by helping to bring people off the streets and help to really benefit them by getting them on their feet somewhere where they can be able to afford their own homes in the future. So to me that's really important. It's important to be able to really help move people forward, and I think that's to me the key to this.
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback on that because in fairness, I referenced what's changed since, but the obvious thing that's changed since we last had this is COVID-19 and the economy. So you look at kind of that demand and need is been impacted by that too. There are people who will find themselves in need of this type of development and living arrangement. Could be directly related to what we're experiencing right now, the loss of job, COVID-19, the job didn't come back, family situation. So I appreciate your comments, Councilman Long, because you're right. I think you think about it, from year to year, it didn't get better. The need didn't grow. Obviously, I think that's an important realization when you look at what we're experiencing right now with the economy and COVID-19 as well, is that there very likely will be individuals who a year ago would have never thought they would have needed that type of home, and now are having those tough questions, having to ask those tough questions. So thank you for that.
Anyone else?
I have a question for Mr. Repke. So, in regards to the grant cycle, I know it wasn't successful the last run. When you submit again, I know you received a $400,000 grant. Are you guys looking to get the rest of the way funded? If this doesn't happen, are you guys seeking outside sources?
Mayor and Council, we have confirmed the commitments that individuals and businesses and organizations have made to sponsor each of the units. I think everyone, for the most part, is in as they've been in the past. So I think from a funding standpoint, we have the same funding plus the $400,000 from the Federal Home Bank. So we're optimistic. The group that is working with us on the application to Minnesota Housing Finance is feeling really good about the application, so then we're feeling pretty good about the application. We apply it's due in July, I believe, and we'll find out in the November-December timeframe. So we are encouraged. Time can pass by, and a little bit of the out of sight, out of mind, maybe for some, in terms of you wonder about the continuing commitment, but we're really encouraged by the fact that everybody is hanging in there and recognizing, I think, a lot of the comments that Mike and John have made relative to the need, and maybe the fact that the need is growing and why that's growing. So we're feeling optimistic about things right now. We felt fairly optimistic last year, but I think maybe even more so this year.
So Bob, how much do you ask for in this grant?
I don't know. That's a good question, Mayor, and I don't know the exact number. Dave has been working with the million in terms of the total project cost, but we could get that number, if you're interested in it, from to Nate and Matt, but I don't have it with me tonight.
Okay, I mean, is that, you have to apply for a certain amount, right?
Yes, and we need to get the money to get, to make the project work, to make the numbers work, so it's just what that exact number is. Dave would know that better than
Okay. All right, anyone else, questions for Bob or Nate?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something, just so, and I don't know who of which the two wants to answer, but this is not necessarily transitional housing as much as it's just homeless housing, right? Or it's not affordable housing, I guess, or...
Well, it meets the criteria of affordable housing, I guess, in terms of, as Nate defined it, in terms of using TIF for the project. But it's supportive housing. And I think the key is for people, coming out of homelessness or, threatened by homelessness, and providing them some support so that they can create some stability in their life. Go through, somebody made the comment about programs, take advantage of, this is supporting launch ministries, the young adults that they work with. And so it's going through their programs. They are the ones that are kind of administering the programs and providing that, working with the individuals that are part of that housing. The camp agency is the one that organization that we partnered with to do the property management for the facility. But it's the launch is working with these folks that are close to homelessness, just coming out of it, and again trying to give them that stability, and then kind of develop and create. I know they've got a program they call adulthood, and training them around the skills of some of that maturity and what it means to be an operating, functioning, stable adult. And we may wonder about that, but there's a real need and a growing need for that. So I think supportive housing may be a bit more of the accurate term. Last year we maybe talked about transitional, and there's a lot of terms that are used out there, but I think supporting people that are coming out of homelessness is maybe what we look at.
Bob, do veterans get any kind of preference in a building like this?
I know there's been some veterans housing that's been provided. We could certainly do that as there's probably a couple of units. I mean, we talked about sponsorships and if we could work that out, I mean, we could provide a preference on that. I mean, maybe that's worth some more talking with the veterans groups here locally in this area and talk to them about their interest in doing that and how we might partner and what it might take to make it work. So we're certainly open to that.
Okay.
When we were looking for sponsors, we weren't able to, make that connection last year. Certainly open to it.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Bob or Nate? Or anyone? All right. Go ahead.
I have a comment, but whenever that's...
Go ahead.
So, Mayor, you had touched on, the 8 kind of values of Chaska. It was kind of funny that it resonated because I was looking at those earlier, and when I think about a project like this, I think about those 8 values, generosity, human worth, and dignity, responsibility. A few weeks ago, I was able to sit on a call with the Beacon Faith organization in talks of affordable housing. And one of the representatives had said that it was the responsibility of faith communities to provide those kind of services. And I felt like that maybe wasn't necessarily the complete answer, that yes, they can be a part of the conversation, but it's also, I think, a city's responsibility as well to kind of provide that stepping stone. And I was able to meet with Mr. Repke and kind of share a story about, my nephew. He's 20. He had a really traumatic first few years of life. And even though we were able to bring him out of that trauma, that has sat with him and affected him and influenced him. I shouldn't say affected, it's influenced him. And when he was approaching the adult years of his life, my mother and I really tried to plead with him because he was an at-risk youth and he was and qualified for vulnerable adult status with the county. And we tried to see if he would do that. And he did not want that. He did not want those services. He wanted to go on his own, pursue his own path, and not have those services. And why am I telling you all of this? I'm telling you all this because I think about my nephew every single day. And where he lives right now, it's not the most spectacular dwelling, but he's safe and it's affordable, and he has a stable job. You touched on COVID, Councilmember Gra. He happened to luck out in a type of industry that really wasn't adversely affected by COVID. I can only imagine if it was, that he would be out. He wouldn't be able to afford to live where he lives. And he doesn't live in this area, but he lives in Minnesota. And to be able to have something like this provided as a stepping stone for someone like my nephew that really wants to do the adulting work, as Mr. Repke had said, I think it's really our duty to help make that happen and make this a possibility, because these young adults deserve the dignity of this. And I want to be a part of that.
Thank you.
If I can just respond, Mayor and Council, to that. The Mayor talked about it earlier, about community values. And when those were adopted, they were adopted to serve as the foundation for the development of the community and projects. And as we looked at, from a community asset foundation standpoint, we try to bring assets to communities. And when we look at this, homeless young adults, those numbers are growing up. Imagine the lack of hope and the amount of fear that exists for those young people. And often, no part of their own doing, but it's, something's happened in their life and they're in this situation. And this addresses that fear and provides some opportunity to build hope for a good future. And to your earlier comments, Mayor, you reference this, and I think it's so important as to what those values mean, and connecting your decisions as you make decisions going forward. To, in this case, it's the one that talks about valuing the worth and dignity of each and every person. I mean, that's what this certainly stands in support of. It aligns directly to that. And respect for every person, no matter their situation. I think those values really jump out in terms of aligning to this project. And thanks for making that connection. Thanks for your words, because I think they make sense for this project. So,
thanks, Bob. All right, anyone else? Okay, what are your thoughts?
We need a motion to adopt.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second by Councilmember Gra.
second by Councilmember Gra, adopting resolution 2020-45 West Creek apartment project request for letter of support and use of affordable housing, TIF. All right, discussion.
I do feel the need to just make sure if this is someone's first time watching this council meeting, this conversation, that, you know, it maybe look like we haven't gone into much depth about this, but this is about a letter of support. The concept plan was looked at a year ago, which answered a lot of questions about kind of development type, characteristics, gating criteria, like, you know, the target audience. So I just want to make sure that's said, because if you were just watching this or watching a recording later, you may find yourself with a lot of questions about what did we just write a letter of support for. So I'd encourage, like, a lot of that vetting has occurred. It's you know, they partnered with a local organization that was referenced at launch. I just want to make sure that gets said on the record, because I don't want people to think that, you know, there wasn't much conversation in this topic. There was plenty of conversation about this topic, and therefore, you know, make sure, ask someone about it, talk to someone else about it, or go check kind of the pre-recording. I just want to say that before the vote, so, you know, for open transparency.
And I think, you know, if I can just interject, if Corey was here and talking about this, he'd invite anyone down to lunch and to talk about what they do, the programs they offer, and take you through a tour of their drop-in center down there, and maybe even meet some individuals.
I didn't get unmuted earlier enough to say this, but I listened into another call that happened earlier this week with a representative of Launch on it, and she referenced, you know, the people from Launch, how they're her people, and I really like that she talked about, you know, she doesn't call them clients, that they're, and how brilliant they are. And I think something that's really nice about this is it's contributing to the community, and you know, these brilliant people that just need this gap filled and how much they'll then contribute to Chaska. And I think that's the cool thing, is that it's, you know, we talk about this, as Councilmember Thro mentioned, this has been thoroughly vetted, but you know, the pool of people that these could be living here are going to be from this area, and like I said, are going to be brilliant members of the community that can go on to contribute. So I think this letter of support just speaks to that, and I think, you know, so I'm happy to support it again, I guess is what I'm saying. But.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else have any comments? Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. I will call roll. Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong. Councilmember Grott.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell, yes. 5-0. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, Bob. Have a good night.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. You too. Be well.
Thank you.
Bye.
You too. All right, we are at bills.
We got 8C.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. See,
Added the.
I got it in there. Thank you. So we got, this is now 8C, and that is a motion to, or well, to, what are we calling for? Hang on, I gotta read this again. So the intent is of a meeting to engage in the community with the Chaska Police Department policies to make sure that we can be part of the whole council, if it works out that the Chaska, we can all be part of the Chaska community conversation. So I don't know, does it need any more introduction? I think I kind of hit it in the beginning, but I don't want to breeze over this. It's basically allowing us to all attend this community conversation and not break open meeting violation laws. And we can sit at tables and have conversations. This gives us all that ability. Doesn't allow us to vote on anything or to talk business, but allows us to be part of the conversation. I think is that fairly clear, Luke? Questions from you guys? Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Can I ask a question about
Absolutely.
it, though? So I would hope that kind of in the spirit of Marnita's table, as we can, like, I kind of relate these two things to be similar. One thing that was really cool about Marnita's table was how accessible it was. Are we gonna try and make it as accessible for everyone as we can, creating kind of like that safe space, you know, with any accessibility in mind, language, everything. Do we have that kind of in the plan? I know it's short notice, but.
Yeah, I don't know if, Mayor, if I want me to take that on.
I'm not sure of the question.
So my understanding of the question, Councilmember Hatfield, is you're asking about accessibility, and so I interpret that to mean our approach to both announcing the meeting and making the public aware of it, but also once people are at the meeting, translators and having that availability. And so, yeah, no, that's what we're attempting to do. So we're working with a translation organization to hopefully have translators available. Now, what I'm coming to understand, this is the thing that we're working through, is that due to COVID, they do have some restrictions on their practices to try and keep their translators safe. And so they're doing a more remote approach to making translation available for folks. And so we're gonna have to work through how to make that work. And I don't have a good answer on that yet, but I know that we are communicating directly with the organization that provides that service to try to figure out how that can work. We're also talking to them about sign language and making that available. So I guess what we're looking for is sign language, Spanish, and also Somali translation. Hopefully we can make those three all available at that one. As far as getting the word out, I think we'll use the channels that we typically do, you know, so our social media, our website, and getting it out that way, but we also developed a lot of connections through Marnita's Table, which was part of the intent of that. You know, Marnita's Table is to develop connections in our community so that when we need to have a difficult conversation, or a serious conversation, which is, this falls probably in both of those categories, we can tap into those networks and those relationships and be better prepared to have that. So I kind of view this as hopefully Marnita's Table laid some groundwork that will pay some dividends, I guess, to allow this conversation to happen.
There are a number of community leaders that we've talked to that are aware of this, and so I'm hoping that the word of mouth, I think we just really needed to lock down hard the time. I think the first one, we were pretty confident. I mean, we were always fairly confident on the 24th that something was gonna happen, but we looked at a lot of different options. So we felt that's really important to try to do it in person as much as we can, but the COVID really makes it challenging for us that with the numbers that we can allow. And then we talked about, do we have Zoom with it? And with all of that going on, does it make it too complicated? So that's why we're having all of these, well, 3 different means to communicate back to us. Mm-hmm. We'll do an in-person one for the people that are comfortable and are able to meet in person. We can do a Zoom for those that maybe are concerned about health issues or whatever, or just aren't ready to do that, to have that avenue. Plus, we can do the old-fashioned way, do it via mail. I think that's mail or email, right?
Yep.
Yep. So we have, you know, and no matter how hard we try to communicate, how hard we try to do this, somebody's always going to come and tell us that we didn't, but we're going to do our best. I know some of this I've shared this with some of council in conversations that we've lost an avenue, or at least we might have to look at a new way, because the mayor's position is up for re-election this year. The Herald will no longer take my informational letters to be able to talk to the residents and share information. One of the things was going to be to have this in this Thursday's paper, so that the people that use that as their main source, so we can no longer communicate through the Herald to our residents, which is a little mind-boggling to me this early on, but I'm not in charge of that. And we have to deal with it, so we'll just have to find another means. So that's the challenging part about communication and getting it out. So, like I say, we're gonna hit all of our avenues, the best possibly that we can and hope for the best. But, you know, if somebody knows of another means or another way to communicate, by all means, let us know. I mean, we're gonna use, we'll use Kevin to the fullest, and we'll do all of our things that we're gonna do, but we are gonna do a mailing, or is it a mailing we're gonna do?
Yeah, we're looking at doing a mailing to residents, and I think we're still, this is very much a thing in motion that we're trying to get the details together very quickly on. I think at minimum, the mailing is going to include the questions that we want to ask the community members that are attending either in person or via Zoom. The general framework is that we've got a standard set of questions that are helping to guide the conversation at these meetings, and breaking out into smaller groups to facilitate hopefully a more in-depth conversation, you know, more relationship-oriented conversation in that way. And so then recognizing that, you know, due to COVID and people have busy lives and all sorts of reasons, they may not be able to attend either the Zoom or the in-person meeting, that we would send out the questions at least so that people can respond to those and try to solicit feedback that way. We're still trying to figure out, is the timing on all of that going to work to make that also an invitation with that. We're putting all of that together as we speak. So I got one other thing I would add is that we are intending tomorrow to release an analysis that our police chief Ryan Seibert has put together of policing policies, procedures, and training practices that we have, really focused on the topics that I guess seem to be at the forefront of people's minds at this time: use of force, body-worn cameras, citizen complaint policy, impartial policing policy, and our police rules of conduct policy. So getting that information out for the public to view, understand, at least get Chief Seibert's perspective on the strengths that he views of the policies as they currently stand in areas that could be improved as he views them. And then the intent is hopefully to get feedback from the community that would inform changes that we may want to make to these policies to make them even better. And I think from all of our perspective, you know, ideally our police are taking an approach and have policies in place that give the public a sense of buy-in, a sense of comfort, that they have some level of trust in our police department, and that the things that we have in place position us to never get anywhere close to what happened in Minneapolis, and that people can feel that level of trust that way. So I think that's the direction that we're trying to go, involving the community in this process.
Does that make sense, guys? And there is some talk, and I don't know who's all available to attend that, but if you could let Nate know, because we are trying to put a city official with the small groups on the breakouts, and you guys would be perfect for that if it works out. So those are just some of the things, because where we start talking about this is when we looked at the 85 people, when we start talking about, well, if we have to do this, and we have to have a note taker, and we have to have a moderator, and we have people, that we came up that we had 25 or 28 people, and that's just too many. So we got to cut down and try to utilize some of the people we have there. So because of the limited amount of people that we can have on site. So, but like Nate said, there's going to be an opening, and then we're going to break into small groups, come back together, everybody report back. Then there'll be a little bit of a conclusion and then a closing. And Heidi has it laid out. Heidi is with the YMCA, and she has it laid out that we can do it in a 2-hour stretch, based that we can keep those numbers, you know, keep on task to those timelines.
Yeah, and to be clear, the Zoom session would follow the same exact format as what we're talking about in the in-person. It's just providing another venue for people to join.
It's just another venue, yeah.
Yeah, and out of all of this, I think a next step would be discussion at the council level about summarizing what we find, what we hear, and then diving into what the next steps of the process could look like. But a lot of this needs to be informed by these first few conversations and information gathering, and then we'll go forward from there. But I think one of the more immediate steps will be involving council, probably in a work session type environment. We've talked about likely the June 29th meeting, having that work session occur, but I think that's going to depend on the conversations that we need to have with the community first, and we'll see.
I think that was based on one meeting, and now we're going to have multiple.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
And if the numbers are really high, we could be adding a meeting. We're not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor, you must have a question.
I do. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
In regards to these breakout groups this day for the in-person event, are these going to be pre-formulated questions, or are people going to actually be able to ask their own questions at this event?
Yeah, I think what we're thinking about doing is having a list of pre-formulated questions, but not having them serve as a script. It's the intent is that at least, for the tables that need some assistance trying to get the discussion going, that there's some questions there that they can react to. But if they want to take their discussion in a different direction or get onto a different topic that's not on, not on that piece of paper, that's perfectly acceptable, and I think we expect that's going to happen. So it's a little bit loose in that way, but we also didn't want to just leave it, completely open-ended so that folks maybe don't know where to even begin.
Yeah, because I was going to say, sometimes you have a group that might not know where to start, so at least you can throw a question out, get it started, and then go, and then if it stalls again, you have another one. But just to have some formulated questions, just in case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I attended that April meeting last year with the school district, kind of right before one of the, well, it was right as one of the social media racial incidents happened, and there was a lot of negative feedback from that because the questions were in place and they only stuck to the questions, and some of the people that attended that event just really felt like they still weren't being heard, and it was really like they weren't addressing that issue. And I'm not saying this is the same because we're not dealing with an issue specifically, but I just want to make sure that residents feel like they can actually ask their own questions, because if they can't, then I think we're gonna not serve them well.
Yeah, and like I said, we've talked about a lot of different avenues, and like I said, that's why we kind of reached out to the Y to help us out with that. And like I said, it was very fortunate that because of that grant that they were able to get, that they're going to be able to help us out with a moderator. I mean, we really reached out to get a moderator because we wanted a moderator that was completely neutral to the community and that really just sat and listened to what they heard and make their conclusions or their comments based on that. So, and then all the rest of it just kind of fell together with that. So, and Heidi had a lot of good suggestions, and we hadn't thought about the groups, and then, and that's kind of where the small breakouts came from, is that she said that that's the best way to do that. That way at least you've got groups that are coming together with ideas than 85 people coming at you with different ideas. So,
yeah, I think another balance that we're attempting to strike with the split out into the small groups is, anytime you assemble folks, there's some people who are much more confident about getting up and expressing their opinion than others, and others may be more reserved and they have an opinion. It's worth them sharing it, but they just don't feel comfortable getting up in front of the whole group to share it. And so trying to strike that balance and allow for discussion across all the attendees, and then allowing for those groups to share what they come up with, with the group by maybe having a representative that's reporting back after they've had their discussion. And I think to your point, Councilmember Hubbard, we recognize that people are going to have their own thoughts and opinions and topics on the top of their mind that they want to discuss, and we don't want to limit that from happening. And so I think part of it has to do with when we've got these questions on the table, how do we deliver that? How do we frame that? How do we explain expectations to people? And making it clear that people aren't limited to those topics. It's just some suggestions in areas that we're interested in hearing feedback on, but certainly that's not the only thing that we're willing to hear or talk about.
All right, any other comments? Questions are all good?
Do we need a motion for this, or how does this structure?
We're gonna, it's kind of one of those that maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But we're gonna make a motion so that it's very clear that we can all be there. If it happens to be that we end up at the same table, that's okay. Hopefully we still use our discretion to that. Sometimes it's better than that, but if it happens, or you get in where a few of us are talking, that's okay, as long as we're not talking other kind of business, but the business that's in front of us. So yes, so I'd be looking for a motion, basically. I'm still even uncertain what
I think it'd be
just
a motion to set a special meeting to occur on June 24th at the Chaska Event Center at 6:30 p.m.
At 6:30 to 8:30. So it would be the motion.
So moved by Hubbard.
Okay, so motion by Councilmember Hubbard.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Wong to, again, basically allow us to have a special meeting June 24th, 6:30 to 8:30 at the Chaska Event Center. I cover everything?
Yes.
Okay.
And you're not gonna be voting or making
No,
any
there's
motions
no voting.
there.
This is just the ability that we can all be in the same roof and not violate any rules, so. All right, discussion, further discussion? All right, hearing none. Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell, yes. All right, moves 5-0. All right, thank you. Now is bills.
Okay, I guess that's my turn then.
One?
Yeah, so I've only got 36 items to go through. Just kidding. So, let's see, so the first thing is just as more of a comment. So on page 4, there's some line items from cardinal, so I'm going to recuse myself from those items because they're my client. Page 6, the city of Eden Prairie has an item for WAPTA dues for regional fire. What is that we're paying back to Eden Prairie?
So WAFTA is a Nike missile base out in Watertown Mound that 12 fire departments, I believe, bought a long time ago for training purposes, Western Area Firefighter Training Association. And we are still all owners of it, and those are the annual dues. Eden Prairie is the treasurer of this organization. It's something that we've been trying to get out of. Representative Phillips is working on us to try to see if we can't give it back to the federal government, because to remove those Nike bases on there, or the missile sites, would be an astronomical cost. So, but it's something that we've been part of since, oh my God, I don't even know how long. It's a long time, but Eden Prairie just happens to be the treasurer, so we pay the dues to them. It's about paying expenses that we have out there. I think we still have mowing expenses, and obviously legal fees to try to figure out a way to, we leased it out. There's definitely hazard mitigation that would have to be done with soils around in the area and things like that. So that's what that is.
So how many communities are involved with that? I mean, that's
12.
pretty good. 12?
12.
12, okay.
I'm pretty close. It could be 11, but I think 12 seems to ring in my head.
Yeah.
And don't ask me to name them.
Except for Eden Prairie.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Second question I have, there's one for Russell
Leistico.
Yeah.
He does all the cleanup. He takes all the stuff that's hauled to the ballpark, he takes it and takes it to his recycling site.
Gotcha, so this doesn't go to the county, like some of the, you know, like, or the stuff that like used to be the county recycling center that went to a different field someplace, right?
No.
Or now went to the county.
We do get reimbursed for a good chunk of the cost from the county through a grant program that they run for the spring cleanup, but no, this is not related to the county's
We have to do everything, but we do get some reimbursement.
Yes. Yep.
Through the county.
That's good. Cool. Let's see, so page 17, there's one for MTI distributing. There was it looks like a 529, 528 Greenmaster. So these repairs or replacement units?
So there are 2 new mowers for the town course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because now the town course is up and running, so it's just part of the regular replacement schedule.
Right, yeah, and it's, we've got a regular replacement schedule across the city for our equipment, large equipment purchases, so it's part of that program.
Very cool. And then page 23, so on line, there's a line that says March record plan base map for like 27K. I was wondering what that particular item was.
So this is an annual update that we have to do as part of our asset management system. So it feeds our public works, sewer, water, engineering. They take all the infrastructure projects along with any maintenance projects and update the system. And so this really feeds the basis of our GIS system that allows us to track and manage our assets across the city. So we had quite a number of projects in 2019 and some carryover projects that were later in the year in 2018 that this work was done to make sure our system's up to date.
Yeah, so when they make it up to date, it's not just saying we're just going to take these files and load them into the system. This is a consulting practice. They serve the consulting practice to actually enter the data and make sure it's all correct, or is it?
Yeah. Yep. So you think about all of our street center lines, our wires for our electric system and the poles and our sewer water pipes and everything that needs to be entered in the GIS system, so that if we want to understand what are our road miles, when were they built, when do we want to or when are we going to be required to redo them, all those things need to be entered into the system. So that's go ahead.
So it's a professional services.
Yes. Yep.
Service that we're paying for. It's not just a software update.
Yep.
Got it. Okay, and then the last question I have is on page 27. There was one for woodland sanitary, and I don't remember seeing woodland for sanitary sewer, because I thought that that Met Council did all of our sanitary sewers.
Yep, so this is for woodland sanitary sewer pipelining. So we contract with them for sewer pipelining work, which is among our pipe maintenance techniques. So, the trunk system is Met Council, but we do have a bunch of other sewer pipes and things that need to connect to that system. And so our local connections are maintained by us, and lining the pipes helps prevent cracks. It addresses existing weak points and makes sure that our sewer system lifespan is extended as long as we possibly can.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
I just had just a curiosity question. I noticed there was an invoice in here for the plantings, and I just was curious, as far as on the city level, did we purchase the same amount of plantings as we do normally, or did we cut back with some?
Are you talking about like the hanging baskets and the flowers and all that? Is that the invoice we're referring to?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty standard every year. We've got a program that we put the hanging baskets downtown. They're the same locations. We've got the flower beds Most of them are downtown, but there are others that are scattered around. The town course is another location that has quite a number of flowers and things that we plant. But yeah, it's a pretty similar process every year for that.
And I will say that I kind of brought it up, is this the right year to do that? But we purchased all those a year ahead of time. So we already owned them, and it would make a lot of sense not then to put them out, so. Because
I didn't see them up at my neighborhood park, so I just didn't know if that, like, maybe we cut back or something like that, so.
I don't believe that there was a significant cutback, but yeah,
I
I'd have to check
I
into
was
that.
more talking the hanging baskets.
Mhm.
Those were all pre-bought, but I don't know about the other stuff. I don't know. I guess we didn't answer your question, did we?
It's okay.
I can look
just
into it.
curious. No, it's fine, I just
Okay.
was curious.
So normally we plant stuff up in that area?
No, it's the hanging baskets. I just didn't know if because the ball field isn't really being used, I just didn't know, like, if we cut back or.
I'm not aware of a cutback, but I can look into it. Find out.
All right, any other questions? Not, I'd entertain a motion to pay the bills.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second by Councilmember Grau.
second by Councilmember Grau to pay the bills. Discussion. Did I hear something? No? All right, no discussion? Still quiet? Okay. All right, Councilmember Wong. Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell, yes. 5-0 pass. All right, moves us to other business. Who's on the top? Councilmember Grau.
All right, start with me. I got a few things. I just was curious because we're thinking of, for some reason, baseball popped into my head here. Have we heard, and now I see Nate disappeared on me, I was hoping he maybe answered the question. Have we heard anything about the Chaska Cubs? I know I've seen rumbles that other town ball teams have left the state to go play some games. I'm just curious if we've heard anything about the Chaska Cubs.
All right, that came up at one of our EOC meeting about the Cubs. The players want to play, and the Cubs board was kind of saying we got to follow the rules. One of the rules of to play according to Minnesota baseball was they had to have permission from the owner of the field, which is us, and we've talked about it to be fair and consistent. We followed the governor's rules from the very beginning, and so our message is that we're going to follow the rules, and the rules are that they're allowed to practice, but they cannot play games. So that is the direction. Unfortunately, at this point, the Cubs are not, and we found out since that the 7 teams in their league all stayed the same and all said the same. Their owners of the field all said the same thing. Some of the areas that are playing are definitely going against the governor's ruling at this point. Some of them are privately owned fields, so they just get the owner to say sure. Some other cities just are saying they want them to go ahead and play. So, but we've been, to be fair and consistent, and to be fair to the little leagues, the Mickey Mantles, the VFWs, the Legion teams, we told them that they couldn't play, and then all of a sudden we tell the adults that they can play. It's just not, it's not fair. So the ruling is right now that we are going to continue to follow as the governor's orders are at this point. And you know, whether or not he changes that in the next, the Cubs told me that they still feel that if they were able to start playing games by July 1st, that they could get a pretty decent schedule in by the end of the year. They'd be playing a lot, but they could do it. I see things changing in the next 2 weeks. What they are, I don't know, but I just think that there'll be changes, and then we'll see what happens. But at this point, right now, they are not playing. So.
Thank you. Just a couple of updates. We had the last for, I'm on the Eastern Carver County Community Recreation Board. They break in the summer, so kind of our last meeting was last Monday, I believe. So just a couple things this year from there. Summer club care, the kind of the daycare system that runs with community recreation started last week. They were able to meet the guidelines of the state of Minnesota, largely keeping the small groups that are kind of self-isolated to themselves, so they're not intermingling in groups and everything. It does sound like there was just a minimal increase to the price. As far as club care in the fall, a lot still to be determined. I'll touch on that on kind of the next little piece of item here, or actually the second one. A lot of information that I looked at mine today. I just wanted to mention that they're still really unsure what the fall is going to bring for school. I did see a tweet out from the state in kind of connection that they actually are hoping by July 27th to communicate to the public what the plan is for the fall. Now, I get it because you got to let schools plan for it, but also July 27th isn't that far away. So they kind of laid out 3 plans that would really give all students back to the building, a hybrid of in-class and distance learning, or 100% distance learning. So I think there's lots of challenges that were discussed when it talks about how do you do club care for after-school care if it's mornings and afternoons for like a hybrid program or a week on, a week off program, because school's being used, and so that's the space that club care program is using as well. So, but just to refresh the council, it is probably the most popular program that community recreation uses, and vital to organizations to be able to have their kids go there and have that before and after care. So it's important. The other interesting conversation came up about preschool screening. They're kind of this catch-22 issue now because the state's still mandating that kids have to get preschool screened before kindergarten, but based on COVID restrictions, they're unable to screen people before kindergarten. It's pretty evident that the backlog is growing. I think this community recreation as a program in schools are really pushing the state to kind of just waive that requirement for this year, because what I sense from that conversation is if they flip the switch saying you can start do preschool screening now, the backlog is probably too large, unless you're putting a lot of hours into to do it and have it at demand. So I did want to get that out there just because I did see a couple questions on some social media posts about preschool screening, and I know people are thinking about that as well. Let's see here. I will comment on kind of the conversation with the police and with Chief Seibert. I welcome the transparency. I appreciate that. I think I look forward to participating in that conversation and hearing from the community. And I think, again, I'm not surprised. I think Chaska's taken some good approaches with this. We're not perfect by any means, and I'm not suggesting that we are. But I think I'm hopeful and looking forward to a well-good conversation. Lastly, it's interesting, we talked a lot about values tonight, and human worth and dignity being one of those values. So I do want to kind of close my commentary with just mentioning that June is Pride Month in the world. Practicing and being an ally is important. My pronouns are he and him. And having that conversation, I think it's important to have that human dignity and worth in the individuals. I'm a news junkie, so there was a big Supreme Court ruling today that basically extended the workplace protections for the LGBTQ plus population, which I think was well received and celebrated in a lot of areas. I also will just mention that with COVID, some of the traditional things with Pride Month, with like parade and celebration. I did see today as well that WCCO had partnered with the Twin Cities Pride, and they're actually on June 28th at 11 a.m. in Channel 4. We'll actually have a virtual Pride parade, and we'll be broadcasting that. So I thought that was kind of a unique way to continue to kind of support and provide that transition. And then kind of my last comment associated with Pride Month is we'll just, personally want to extend a happy Pride Month to individuals in the LGBTQ plus community that call Chaska their home. It really gets right back to many of the things we talked about today with the values of the city of Chaska. So I definitely wanted to end my conversation with my comments about celebrating Pride Month and all of that. That was all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Wong.
Mike, you're muted.
Thank you. Let's see, so this past weekend I attended a community conversation that was hosted by the Dan Kessler, Aurora, Launch Ministry, and Latino Voices. So just wanted to thank them for putting that together. It was a really informative session, and I listened in because I just wanted to learn more, just to hear what people in the community, are saying and how they're feeling, and really kind of just get a better understanding of that. So, well done. It's a lot of things that were, that were shared, and, there's just one of those things that in part of that learning, it comes a little bit of discomfort, and that's okay, because in order to learn, sometimes we have to put ourselves out of our comfort zones too. Some of the things that are coming up, and Thursday, June 18th, is the Chaska Business Roundtable. It's the third session. And I don't know, Nate, do you have anything you want to add to it about what they're going to be talking about?
I'm not prepared to answer that question. Let me see.
Is the person from Deed coming into this one?
It was like,
for the, yeah, so we've got Max Musicant coming in, and he's going to be talking about how businesses, as they reopen, can reconnect with their customer bases, working through some of the things that they may be concerned about, with COVID and things like that. So he'll be able to make some recommendations along those lines. We've also, over the course of the last month, done a survey of the community to get input on, potential customers. What triggers are they looking for that make them feel comfortable to begin interacting with businesses again? So we'll be sharing the outcomes of that survey as well.
What time is that?
Cool.
That is this Thursday at 2:00.
Yeah.
Hour long, 2 hours?
It's an hour. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. The first two were well attended. I don't think I've seen the video on the second one yet. But it sounds like the feedback I heard was that it was really good, and the business owners who attended really got a lot of useful information out of those sessions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've been sort of getting between 12 and 15, I would say, attendees to these, which has been a good turnout. Yep.
So hopefully, as long as they're getting value from it, I think it's really important to get that information out there to them.
Mm-hmm.
Every little bit helps. July 4th, we have our fireworks celebration at McKnight Park, and the one thing I'm going to say is that everybody I talked to is really excited about it. It kind of feels like it's one of the first, kind of big community things that people are able to do. So there's definitely kind of it's a kind of excitement for doing this. So that's a really cool thing. So I think it's good that we're able to still have that. And so yeah, looking forward to that. Some updates of Southwest Transit. Southwest Transit gets funding primarily through three sources, through Farebox, which is collected fare from riders, through the Met Council, which kind of funnels funding from the state and federal and some other agencies, and then the other major source of funding we get is through MVEST, which is the Minnesota Motor Vehicle Sales Tax. And that sales tax is gathered throughout the areas that are served by South Transit. One of the things that's interesting is that in May, MVEST was actually down only 13% from last year at the same time, which I was really surprised by, because I would have thought with COVID and the people buying stuff, it's would have been down 80% or something, but it was only down 30%. People were still out buying cars through the month, and which was actually promising. So, it's good news, and hopefully that June will show a little bit more of a rebound too. So we'll have to cross our fingers and see, but That's a good thing. The downside here is that right now ridership is running about 75 riders a day. So if you think about it, just to put it in perspective, you know, like one bus holds like 65 people. So, but you're running it throughout like the course of one day. It's like, you know, multiple buses through multiple stations. You know, you're basically talking about like 5 riders on a bus at a time. So it's pretty sparse right now. And from a, you know, from a financial perspective, it's challenging because, you know, you're spending money on drivers, gas, and it's a lot to run like a handful of people. But, you know, we'll continue to run those because we know that there's people who depend upon that service to get to their jobs. So, you know, it's important that we continue to offer that service. One of the things we're also looking at doing is also, we're also exploring like pre-booking the assigned seating. So like if you go in an airplane, you know, you have assigned seating, so we're looking at that as another option because we want to make sure customers feel you know, comfortable with those seating situations and stuff and having seating. So we're kind of looking at that as an option on our buses. One of the things that we want to throw out there too is, you know, Mr. Mayor, is it something that we might want to invite, you know, Deb Barber out from, you know, our Met Council rep to, you know, come to speak to council at all? And maybe talk about transit funding and, you know, kind of put that out on the table.
We certainly can.
Yeah.
I will be talking to her Wednesday. I have a tab meeting.
Yeah. Maybe you could just so we all have a, you know, just all have a picture of her perspective on some of these topics, you know, what's transit funding or, you know, housing funding and, you know, other services that are provided by Met Council. So the last thing I wanted to touch on was an item that from the last meeting, which I didn't feel that was really kind of captured my real true feelings on things because I didn't articulate nearly as well as I should have. So the George Floyd death was at its core incredibly inhumane and especially at the hands of a police officer. It's something that was clearly brutal and tragic, and it's really a unfortunate example of a number of systematic issues that, you know, need to be addressed throughout society and, you know, that pervade a lot of cities throughout America. And as awful as it was, it underscores that there's been generations of pain and frustration and anger that have been, you know, simmering. Even though there's been ways or reforms over the years, you know, obviously things aren't where they need to be. You know, we know that justice still needs to be served in Minneapolis. You know, we have the 4 officers that, you know, still have to face trial and go through the criminal process. There's change that's starting to happen throughout the country in terms of changes through the legal system, whether it's at the federal, the state, counties, and city municipalities. So this story isn't over. Here in Chaska, you know, one of the things that I think about is that, you know, we compare Chaska to Chanhassen, Victoria, and Carver. We're statistically the most diverse community of the communities in our neighborhood, so to speak. And so it's really important for us to address these issues proactively and make sure that we're creating an environment where everyone who lives here feels welcome, can feel safe, because that's part of what makes us a great small town. And if we're not able to do that, we're not really a great small town. So one of the things that I'm going to ask here is something I'm not going to take credit for, because this is a community member brought this to me and said, you know, we bring this to the mayor and said, let me think about it. And I looked into it and said, you know what, this seems like something's reasonable. And so I'd like to ask the mayor if he'd be willing to consider signing President Obama's mayor's pledge. And the pledge basically has 4 things to it. And this is something that's, you know, pretty straightforward. First is review the use of police forces, right, and the policies, review those policies that are there, engage with the community members in terms of, you know, by including a diverse range of input and experiences and stories in the review. Report the findings and say, this is what we learned, and share that back and make sure we're seeking feedback on that. And then based on that, reforms or make changes based on those feedbacks that you hear. And from everything that I've heard in terms of, you know, things that we're looking at in the community and like the listening process we're going through, we're doing these things. So to me, it seems like, why wouldn't we, at least acknowledge and make a statement to our community that we're in support of doing things at this broader level to really, help make our community safe. There's uncomfortable conversations that we need to have, and there's going to be many more of them, especially as leaders. That's what we signed up for, because we're a system that's by the people, for the people. And in that vein, if we aspire to be the best small town in America, or Minnesota for that matter, we need to be challenging ourselves to raise the bar, and not just with the bricks and mortar, which we know we can do a great job at, but to continually reflect that, Thro values, the 8 values that we talked about earlier, and really live those values. And sometimes, hear the tough things that need to be heard so that we can take those things and then treat everyone with the respect and dignity, and not just beyond that, but the welcomeness that we as a small town really strive to show that we are the best small town in Minnesota, and really embrace everyone in our community. So with that, there's the ask, which is that, if you would consider, reviewing the pledge and, signing on for it.
What are others' thoughts?
I concur.
If we're already doing them, what does that mean?
Means we're already doing them and we're gonna stick to the pledge.
Good thing.
I think signing it is a symbolic nature in and of itself. Like, you would sign your name to anything that you really stand behind and believe in, so.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's a good way of looking at it. Councilmember.
So I'm hearing the majority said that we think that that's a useful thing.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
if we're already doing it, I agree with the others that there's no reason we wouldn't. And it does, it's called the mayor's pledge, but it's a call to action for mayors and city councils. So I think that's important too, is, yes, asking the mayor, but, because I think we all need to be on board with it, but I also want to recognize that, I think it's important to say it's a pledge by all of us, but I agree we're already doing it, so let's stand behind that.
Okay. I'll look into what I have to do. All right, anything else, Mike?
No, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Pardon?
I said, thank you very much.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Councilmember Hubbard.
Okay, just a few things. To Councilmember's Grau point in regards to fall schooling, I saw that on the Minnesota Department of Education, there is a survey. It's really quick. They are encouraging parents to take that survey so they, I think, can get some real feedback on people's comfort levels in regards to sending your kids to school in the fall. So I just think that that's important to mention. I had an opportunity on Thursday to join the Chaska Care team to do the food distribution event at the high school, specifically with working with the CARES team in gathering up the necessary kits and then distributing them to some of our senior living complexes around the community. So I got to work with Mr. Kevin Wright, that's on the moderating this. And it was such a pleasure. And some of the residents that were walking in and out, they were, just very grateful. And it just was, you just saw the need and just watching the volunteerism and the line of cars. It was a really nice event to be a part of. So I appreciate them letting me join them in on that endeavor. I don't know if the rest of you get emails from Jim Olson in regards to the Carver County emergency operations, but he sent something to me last week I thought was kind of interesting in a business sense. They're launching a Business for Business, MSP. It's a regional coalition of counties, CDAs, and chambers of commerce, including all 4 of Carver County's chambers. And they're partnering with greater MSP to come and support small businesses. So it sounds like it's just this phased program where they're gonna raise pledges and then provide, financial assistance to the private sector. I know that there are a lot of industries that bounce back well, and I know that there are a lot of industries that are bouncing back well. They're just still really limited. So I just think that, a PPP loan is great, and some of those SBA things are awesome, but if something like this is available, that's another tool in the toolkit to kind of help these businesses survive and thrive. So, and then just excited for that conversation coming up with our chief of police and the community members for feedback. And then kind of piggybacking off of Councilmember Grab with Pride Week, this June 19th here is Juneteenth, and that is a celebration in our African American community. It's their Freedom Day. So a lot of people recognize that, so I just wanted to call that out as well. So, and that's all I have.
All right, well, thanks for sharing everything. Councilmember Hatfield.
I had a couple things I had to mention, the business roundtable, and then Juneteenth also. I didn't know what Juneteenth was until I was 25 or 26. So I just want to encourage people, and I still meet people that don't know what it is. So thank you, Councilmember Hubbard, for mentioning it. But I would also encourage people to really look it up, because it blew my mind that I was 25 or 26 before I knew what it was. So I just want to encourage people, as we're keeping that conversation going, to look that up and spend some time on that too. So, but that's all I have.
That's all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Luke, anything?
No.
Nate?
Nothing.
Gavin? You still awake?
All good over here.
Thanks for a great job of moderating again tonight. Greatly appreciated. All right, I just have a couple things as well. Just kind of hard piggybacking on everything already at 11:30. I too look forward to that community conversation. I think that will be interesting, and I think that will set us in our new direction. We have a new police chief, and I think it'll help our community as we move forward and try to heal from these times. So I think that is an important first step. And are we done here? No. I think that we have a lot of things to do as we move forward, but I think this is going to be the guiding step to tell us where our next steps will go. So look forward to that. I hope as many people as possible get an opportunity to take part in it, or at least respond to it if you have something, so that everyone has the ability to be part of this. It's really, really important. I'm learning it more and more every day, because I'm hearing more and more things that we need to do. And like I said earlier tonight, we have been listening to what people tell us. We've done a lot of things. The Y training, Marnita's table, already have listening sessions together to work with to look at our use of force. So we are listening, and we continue to move forward, and I hope we can continue and move in a positive direction. So this Wednesday, we're going to have a Zoom and meet the new superintendent of schools. So our community leaders, which is our mayors and administrators, this Friday morning. So it'll be interesting to listen and hear her goals and what her thoughts are coming into our community. She doesn't officially start till July 1st, but they apparently set something up. I did send her an email and welcome her to the community. And actually, we have a listening session with some community members and myself, Matt, Nate, and the police chief, just to see if what we've been doing are kind of on track. And I invited her to attend that, but she had a conflict with that, so. But anyways, it'll be good to meet her, even though it's Zoom, it's not as good, but it's a first step anyway, so. Attended groundbreaking for Qualitech, even though they're a little further than that, but they did an official groundbreaking, as challenging as COVID made it, but we did, we're still able to have it. Always good when companies reinvest in their community, so always a good thing. Fireworks, somebody brought up fireworks, Mike, I think Councilmember Wong did. You know, those are, through the EOC, we always tried to take chunks. Everything we wanted to look at was a 2-week period, so we didn't make quick decisions about something that we're not certain of. One of these was fireworks. We kept that. We never ever canceled it, but we never told anybody it was on either, until we really were confident that we felt, you know, the governor doing these last openings and bigger, larger numbers that could be together. So I just think that we all talked about how fireworks at least gives us a little bit to smile about and still make summer to be summer. But I'm still happy the way we looked at it, that we look at things in 2 weeks chunks versus saying in, like many communities did, you know, in March they said we're canceling fireworks, and we were able to keep that going. So I'm excited for the fireworks. I think it's just that little burst out of all of the stuff that we've been through, all the residents. So I think that will be a good thing for us. And lastly, I just want to talk about, I was thinking we already did, but I realized that we never had an opportunity to talk about the parade that we hosted on June 5th. I will tell you, being in that parade and going around through the community was probably one of the neatest things that I've ever had an opportunity to do. It was fun to see the smile on the seniors' faces, to see us come through and playing the loud music and people dancing and waving and smiling. And I'm still not convinced that there's a large group of people that had no idea what we were doing, but came out and enjoyed it and really seemed like they had a good time. So it was just really a great thing. I'm glad, again, that was something that we talked about through the EOC, many variations before we found something that would work. There was other things we had. We were gonna have vehicles placed across the community and use it as a civil defense siren and blow the sirens for 20 seconds to unite for the 2020 graduates. But unfortunately, with all the things that have been happening, that we didn't feel that blowing the sirens were the right things to do at this point. So we did cancel that, but I mean, it was a beautiful night. There were tons of people out, and I know we didn't get by every senior's house, but we sure made a good effort. And Kevin and Julie Janke did an awesome job with a route and where we could get by to get by these different locations and houses. So it was really one of the better events that I think I'll ever see. I am, you know, I learn every day I learn something new, but I was amazed at all the different colors that I saw out as we went around. And what was great about it is they were everywhere. They're not located in one area, and I think that's what we want as a community. I think that's the perfect setup for a community. So I was really opened your eyes up when you get to go around and drive nearly every street in Chaska. So it was a lot of fun, and I know that I saw most all of you at one point along the parade route. So it was nice that you participated as well. So. All right, I think that's it. We still do have should be a very short EDA meeting. It's just approving that bond sale that we already approved in the council. We just have to do it through the EDA. So last call. If not, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. by Hatfield.
Yeah, oh, we got somebody coming on, huh? I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Hatfield.
second by
I'll second though.
Oh,
So,
I'm sorry.
Hatfield made the motion.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember Hubbard. Isn't that what you two said? Right?
You got it right now.
Yeah, okay. All right, roll call. Councilmember Grah,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Mayor Winchell, aye. 5-0, we are adjourned. Mike, how much time?
60 seconds.
Okay, we'll be gearing right back up.
How you doing? This is a good one tonight.
We're on?
Yes.
All right, good evening, welcome to the Chaska Economic Development Authority meeting. Call the meeting to order at 11:30, right on the nose. I'll give you this opportunity. Nate, will you call roll?
All right. Commissioner Hatfield,
Here.
Commissioner Hubbard,
Here.
Commissioner Wong,
Here.
Commissioner Grah,
Here.
and President Winchell.
Here. All right, with that, I'm looking to adopt a motion to adopt the agenda if there are no corrections or additions to the agenda.
So moved by Hubbard.
Motion by Commissioner Hubbard.
Second by Commissioner Grau.
Second by Commissioner Grah to adopt the agenda. Discussion. Hearing none. Roll call. Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Oh, these are commissioners, sorry. Commissioner Grah.
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
President Winchell. Aye. 5-0 pass. All right, moves us to approving previous meeting minutes. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I'd entertain a motion. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved by Hubbard.
Motion by Commissioner Hubbard.
Second by Wong.
Second by Commissioner Wong to approve previous meeting minutes. Discussion. Hearing none. Commissioner Hatfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Grah.
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Yes.
President Winchell, aye. Passes 5-0. Brings us to item 5, just adopt resolution EDA 2020-6, adopting resolution ratifying sale and issuance of bonds.
President and commissioners, this is an item that was also approved at the city council meeting on consent agenda. This is in support of a bond sale that the city is seeking to pursue to reimburse for expenses that have already been incurred for the acquisition of property that will allow the extension of the Cottrell property that will allow for the extension of the Southwest Collector Road that currently exists to serve the Harvest neighborhood primarily today. And so that's what this is about. This is kind of a housekeeping item, I suppose, that it needs to also be approved by the EDA.
Right, this is the one that we approved at the last council meeting, that if it fell in the parameters of the numbers that Noel was able to move forward and issue the bonds.
Mm-hmm.
It fell well within the parameters and came even better. So this was all gone through, and This is basically just housekeeping to make it totally official, so.
Yeah,
So
a
that's what
similar resolution was also passed at the city council tonight, for the same
Right,
purpose.
we had done that earlier tonight, consent, so. Discussion. All right, I would entertain a motion to adopt resolution, EDA 2020-6.
So moved by Hatfield.
Motion by Commissioner Hatfield,
Second by Commissioner Grau.
second by Commissioner Gra. Discussion. Commissioner Gra,
Yes.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Hubbard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hatfield,
Yes.
President Winchell, yes. Passes 5-0. Other business, anyone? I see every head shaking no. Ron, thanks for joining us tonight. Someday we'll see you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, seeing as I hear nothing else, anybody up here?
Kentucky Fried Chicken, is that?
I got these guys to be silent, and then you bring it up.
Somebody had.
Did you hear what he said? KFC, okay. All right, hearing nothing, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Our next meeting is, anybody know?
The 29th.
Oh, yes,
June
we
29th.
we are for sure having a meeting on the 29th. Are we live or Zoom?
I think we're moving to be live, that meeting is the hope.
Are we all comfortable coming back? Because we need to have those conversations if we're not, but I think we're coming back on the 29th live.
So are we gonna be like spread apart like we were the other day, or how does that work?
Yeah, so, if it's a live meeting, it would be at the event center to allow for space.
Well, that's right, we're gonna move to the
Ample
event center.
space, yes, for folks to be socially distanced, for that meeting,
And I believe we have a work session prior.
yes.
I assume we're wearing masks as well, right? Or no?
I'm gonna say, I think we said yes.
Yes, well, yes.
It'll be a challenge.
Mhm.
I would say bring your mask with.
It says you're gonna discuss COVID-19 preparedness plan, so you better.
On the 29th?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we have to prove that, that's why, I mean, that's the number one reason that we have to, for sure, meet. We were gonna just do a work session, but we have to approve this COVID plan. Every city has to have a COVID plan in place by July 1st. So
Yes.
we have to have that plan approved at that meeting. So that's a primary, so I think that the agenda will be very short that night. Hopefully not a midnight meeting, but it should be fairly short. And then I think we will go into a private session and do a annual review. What do you got, Ms. Hubbard? So that's the plan. So we are meeting the 29th, and as of right now, it is scheduled to be at the event center. I forgot we're going to the event center. So we will plan on that unless you're notified differently. So, all right? All right. I don't remember. Do I have a motion and a second to adjourn?
I did not record one.
Okay, so I need a motion to adjourn if there are no other comments.
Motion to adjourn, Commissioner Grau.
Motion by Commissioner Gra.
Second by Wong.
Second by Commissioner Wong to adjourn. All right. Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Hubbard.
Aye.
Commissioner Hatfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Gra.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell, yes. We are adjourned. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you in person next time. Wow. It's been a long time.
Happy Father's Day.
What's that?
Birthday.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, we forgot. Happy Father's Day,
happening?
everyone.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
It's also my birthday, not to take credit to that, they celebrate Father on my birthday, but I kind of looked at it as a negative, because now I have one day to celebrate two, but.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, officially, we are adjourned, so we have to go. All right.